Thank you. Mr. Fraser?
Here.
Mr. Lance?
Here.
Mr. Moss?
Here.
Ms. Seymour? Here. Mr. Stiver?
Here.
Mr. Percassi? Ms. Jordan? Here. You have 7 members present.
Thank you, and I appreciate everybody adjusting their schedule to be here at a 1 o'clock meeting. We have a lot of items in detail to go over, and we'll begin the first item, which is our public works presentation. Mr. Zorn, I believe, is going to handle that along with
Madam President, our first item is a public works presentation dealing with roads, water, and sewer. We have a PowerPoint. There are a number of subtopics within the PowerPoint. At various points through the presentation, we will be stopping and asking for a consensus from council, what I refer to as a directional consensus. We have with us, do you want to introduce the team? Lee Schultz, our Assistant City Engineer.
Yes.
Hi.
And I think everyone knows Gary Trestle from Hubble Ross and Clark. And that's Melissa Coda, also with Hubble Ross and Clark, sitting on the end there. And we have Brett Gronevelt from OHM. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed Dan. Dan Mitchell with Hubble Ross and Clark also. And you all know Brett Gronevelt from OHM. We have Patrick
Droz.
from OHM and Bill Kostick, and who is also with OHM.
I just, at the end of the presentation, Michael Mannion, Community Relations, will be we hope to bring up the city's website, show council, the construction elements, and talk about a few other items. Also with us are Larry Searles, Public Works, and Justin Beck from Streets and Highways. I'm going to go ahead and pass out the PowerPoint. You guys want to?
Sure, we'll get it up and running.
Some members of the Finance Committee saw parts of this presentation at our last meeting.
That wouldn't affect the PowerPoint.
Of the Finance Committee.
It would affect me, though, showing the website.
So why are they all the same?
I asked you before we start, why didn't we get this before to be able to study it or to look at it?
Pardon?
Why wasn't this distributed before?
This document was just completed Friday. We were here a little after 5, still working on it. And I can assure you that members of the team worked all weekend and put in pieces. The largest part of this, as we get into the analysis of the roads, for example, the PACER rating, the 2014 PACER rating was finished last Monday, Tuesday. So this has been a work in progress the last month since the Finance Committee met. The PowerPoint wasn't in its final stages to be in the packet.
Yeah, but now the council who has the decisions to make, we have to look at it now and just glance at it, and we don't know what to do now. So we're stuck.
Well, the PowerPoint is meant for council to take you through a conversation, to engage you on various points in the presentation so we can get consensus. I'm not sure if you would have had the PowerPoint without the discussion, it would have been that valuable.
And we'll just take our time, which is why we're beginning early, Mr. Lance, to really answer all the questions that we may have.
All right, I'm a genius, I can do it.
Yeah, we want to walk through it very slowly so we can see all the things. All right.
Good evening. Welcome. Good afternoon. So used to the evening. Good afternoon, members of the council. I'll just kick things off with a little bit of introduction on what's in here, and as was pointed out by Ms. Schultz and Mr. Zorn, this was intended to be somewhat of a team effort.
Can you please come to the...
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Move that over, and move it over, and then you can...
There we go. A little bit of a team effort here, so we'll bounce back and forth various topics between individuals, and probably pause several times, I assume, Mr. Zorn, for council to discuss certain topics. But if we could go to the first, and everybody should have a hard copy of everything that's on the PowerPoint if you want to follow along that way. And the slides should be numbered in the upper right-hand corner. So if we jump ahead and want to jump back because there's questions about certain things, the page numbering should help to be able to refer to that.
Mine's in lower ID. But I
Oh,
can find it.
A couple places on there. So for an agenda, I guess we wanted to talk a little bit about some overall infrastructure assessment that has been occurring between a combined effort from the consultants and city staff, particularly some efforts on the roads, an assessment of the road condition and water main, and a little bit on sanitary sewer. And then talk a little bit about some of the known upcoming future construction projects and some updates on various aspects of those projects. Talk a little bit about, as it relates to that, related to road funding and the federal aid process and that process for bidding project warranties. I think that's been a topic that we've talked about with some reports to the city council. Quality assurance and quality control on the upcoming projects, and then an update on this season's known projects that are already either under contract or getting under contract, and then also, as was pointed out by the administrator, some discussion about community relations. So with that, I'll jump into the first topic if we're good to go. So the first topic was a little bit of a summary of roads assessment, and as was pointed out by the administrator, I believe several members here today that were present at a council finance committee meeting saw a very similar presentation to this. We had had a chance at the request of the committee to make some updates with some new ratings data, but for the sake of everyone understanding the background, I was going to walk through the presentation as a whole. Generally speaking, we broke it down into 4 topics. One, just a little bit of a description on what has happened already. With the overview of the city's road assets today, what condition assessment has already happened, a little bit about what funding levels are like in the city and both in the state overall, and then really the heart of it is the conclusion, which tries to take that data and put together some projections of what the future needs are. So slide 5, just a quick overview, and there are some maps. Sorry, I should have passed them around. In case anybody wants to see it in a graphical view, there's some hard copies being circulated to City Council right now. So map A is a overview of the city's road assets in a geographical format. There are 57 miles of centerline miles of state trunk line in the city, 26 miles of county roads, and this presentation focuses at the 244 miles of city streets. So everything that's colored on that map A, the first page of the handout in front of you, is a city street. And we've subcategorized those into 2 categories: city majors and city locals. About 65 miles of city majors and 180 miles of city locals. So all the rest of today's presentation is going to focus purely at those streets that are under the jurisdiction and responsibility of the city of Southfield. Just as a point of reference, general broad brush estimate, if you were to build that network of roads today at about $1 million a mile, would be about a $250 million asset. And that's just some round numbers, broad brush, but I think it helps people to put into scale the significance of the importance of what we're talking about. So if you're going to build the 250 miles of centerline miles of road today, you very well could be into $250 million of new construction. Next slide, 6, gives a little bit of a history of some terms that we're going to use here in the presentation so that there's a point of reference. Pavement management is the general topic for trying to take the network of roads, the 250 or so miles that we're talking about, and figure out how to best manage those. So the 2 tools that were used is a piece of software that's made available to cities, villages, and counties in the state of Michigan called RoadSoft. It's a commonly used platform for conducting pavement management and pavement analysis. It's made available for you by the state of Michigan. And so that's the tool that the city's been using for about 6 or 8 years now to try and track the condition of these assets and do some of the projections. And then specifically, there's another term, PASER, or PACER. I think you've heard that term thrown around a little bit. It's a rating system that's been developed to try and objectively put condition rating system to each of the roads and be able to compare and track how the network is doing and program certain fixes. So PACER rating on a whole is a think of it as just a basic 1 to 10 scale, where a brand new road, the day you put it down, has a rating of 10, and a road that's fully degraded, pretty much impassable, returning it back to gravel possibly, would be a rating of 1, and then everything else is paired in between. We'll talk a little bit about that further. Next slide, slide 7, as I mentioned, the city's been using RoadSoft and Pacer. I think the first data collection effort was done in 2008, and then again in 2010, 2012, and most recently was just mentioned within the last week, we did a spring of 2014 rating. The ratings have generally been done in combination with city staff with some assistance from the consultants. And there are some ratings done by SEMCOG for any road in the city that would be eligible for federal funds, which is a small subset of the roads. They are done by SEMCOG. But otherwise, most of the ratings that we're looking at here today were done either by city staff or consultants. So of the 250 or so miles, 244 miles of city-owned streets, there's a quick breakdown of surface type, asphalt, concrete, or gravel. Pretty good split between asphalt and concrete roads, and only a couple small segments of gravel remaining. So today, and if you want to start flipping ahead to map, the next two maps in the staple packet, the 11 by 17 pages, those are these ratings, and we're going to take and present the same Pacer ratings to you over the next few slides. It's the same data just being looked at in a couple different fashions to try and paint the picture. So the overall condition from the most recent rating, the 1 to 3 category of Pacer is generally viewed as a poor condition road. The 4 to 5 is maybe a good or fair, a fair condition, and then 6 and above would generally be looked at as good or very good. Generally speaking, people are trying to shoot for a goal of trying to have a system-wide network rating of around 6 to 7, if you could get up in that category compared to, overall you're doing pretty well. So again, I'm going to take the next few slides and just present that same data in a couple different fashions. So slide 8, this compares the 08 and the 2012 and the 2004 Pacer ratings that have been done in the city of Southfield, and you can see that category of poor has generally grown over the years. The category in the middle and the category in the top, the good, has shrunk each year. So there's been a transition of the condition of the roads, which I'm sure everyone in this room knows firsthand from driving all around the city, or even the region, really, because it's not a trend that's unique to the city of Southfield by any means. The next slide, slide 9, is the same data just presented in a little different fashion. You can see the total miles in each of the good, fair, and poor categories, and you can kind of see the trend. Slide 10, we had some data from some other cities, either from ratings that I knew the cities had been conducting or from ratings that the consulting firms have been a part of. So I just thought for comparison it might be a handy slide to see how Southfield's overall condition network compared to a few other cities that might be on a similar order of magnitude in size and location. So you can see where Novi, Troy, City of Romulus, Royal Oak, Westland, where their average Pacer rating for the network compares to Southfield at about a 4.5. The one caveat I put on the slide here is Livonia at the top is currently, from the last data I was able to glean from their engineering department, they're at a 6.7. But that is after a millage that Livonia passed, I think that was about 11 years ago now, where they've been investing on average about $4 million per year through that millage in their local streets. And I did pull up from their information that in 2002, when they had done a similar study preceding the millage, they were at about a 5.5 overall Pacer rating. So I feel like I'm moving along pretty fast, so if anything, just interrupt me if there's questions. We want to transition a little bit then into the funding discussion. And working with city staff, we were able to pull together a quick snapshot of the DPS Highway Fund in the city of Southfield for the last 5 or 6 years. And I just, rather than focusing so much on each specific number, there were a couple of few trends here that I think are probably things you all are already aware of from preparing budgets in the last several years. But the top line in this is the Act 51 gas and weight tax. That's the formula that you get from the state's collection of gas tax and registration fees. And in the time period we're looking at here between 2008 and this last budget year, that has continued to drop from a little over $5 million to about $4.6 million. That's a general trend because of the way the number of miles that people are driving, the more efficiency better efficiency of vehicles that we drive today, because the tax that's collected is a fixed tax per gallon, as I'm sure everyone's aware of. So the general collections of that have been dropping for even years preceding the time slot on the slide here. And then the next line item is the city's current residential street millage, which I think is 1 mil for local streets. And just because of the overall property values, the capture from that has dropped from close to $3.5 million to just over $2 million. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Administrator, but I think right now the projection for next year is that was around 2.25
Yeah,
for the capture.
The budgets for 13-14 were built on a much lesser tax base. The actual was about 2.35, and this year's budgets are being built at about 2.3. So that's actually a budgeted number that you have there.
The next couple of lines on here, I wasn't going into each detail of it, but there's the Public Act 298 is the refuse millage in the city. And then there's line items in here for some miscellaneous income, interest, and some other grants. And then there's a line item for the use of fund balance. And so it shows how much over the last 5 or 6 years there's been use of the fund balance in this category. But my understanding that the fund balance now in this fund is pretty low, if not mostly depleted. Another little quick snapshot at the bottom here is some additional funding. That's what I could glean from federal aid over the last several years, money that the city's been able to use in federal transportation dollars. And you can see the 14-15 year at the tail end is the projection for this coming construction season based on the two rather large projects on Evergreen Road. Obviously, at over $7 million, that's quite a bit in some years past. It's hard to depend upon that completely because it is competitive. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on. And because there's only a small subset of roads in the city that are eligible, after Evergreen Road gets done here through several segments, we're going to be running out of federal aid eligible roads to continue to go after that. Slide 12 just takes that same data and graphs it. And I think the trend I was trying to make sure came across in the slide is that the main source the city has is the combination of the current 1 mil per street and the Act 51 share. And generally speaking, those two are declining. And they've been on a steady decline. The other uses from internal fund transfers or fund balance are really not a long-term source of funding in that category. So if there's any highlight or overall point to get across, I think that was the key. Moving on to slide 13, just a quick few bullet points about what's going on that we know of in the state of Michigan for road funding. The state's been kicking the can about road funding for years, and nothing's been happening, although it seems like this year there's a heightened sense of discussion, so who knows where it's going to go. But there's been a lot of discussions over the last decade or so about different methods of raising new revenue through the state, combination of increasing registration fees, increasing the gas tax, transitioning that to a wholesale tax instead of a fixed tax at the pump, VMT, trying to come up with a mechanism to measure how many miles people drive, and then you would pay based upon the miles you drive. That's more of a user charge or user fee. Where it's going to go, no one really knows for sure. The latest stuff that I've read seems to be just falling back to raising the gas tax again. But I think one thing that seems to be clear is that waiting for the state to generate revenue to fix local streets, even if something happens, I don't see a good, strong share of anything that happens at the state level come to try and fix local streets or subdivision streets. And that's going to be I think a key point to keep in the back of our mind as we talk about any other needs for road funding is that as the public sees discussions about things happening at the state level, generally speaking, a lot of that money doesn't translate into money that's going to touch the street right in front of my house. I think there's one statistic here on the bottom of the slide that today, at the current formula rate, the states, this last year they had a surplus of some funds and they threw an extra $100 million through the formula for distribution. There's been talk of several $100 million possibly for next year. Just as a point of reference, if $100 million is passed statewide and goes through the Act 51 formula, it translates to about $300,000 for the city of Southfield. So when you see some big numbers being talked about at the state level of 200 million, 300 million, 500 million, whatever it is, just kind of multiply that in increments of 100 million, and you can see what it does for funding at the city of Southfield level. And you actually have a lot of miles of road, I mean, compared to more than most of the other communities in the state. So you're getting, compared to local governments, you're getting a pretty good share. But still, that's what the formula yields. About 40% of the formula overall goes to state routes, 40% goes to counties, and then the other share is distributed to cities and villages. Transition on a little bit then to projections, and I'll try not to get too wrapped up in some of the technical pieces of pavement management, but the next couple of slides try to illustrate a point that I think is important to also understand, and that's just how to best invest in the road assets. The analogy is always kind of drawn between this and maintaining your car. You buy a car, you drive it off a lot. You don't wait till it's completely dead before you go out and buy another car. Usually in between, you change the oil, change the tires, change the transmission fluid, whatever that might be, because you know that you're going to get the best value over the long haul for that asset. So pavement management's very similar, and the way that the program works and the theory that beats behind it is to try to apply the right fix at the right time through the life of the pavement cycle. This table takes the PACER ratings 10 through 1 and just gives a little bit of an example of the types of treatments that you might be applying at various levels. So up the top end, you're not going to do anything, but if it gets down into the 8, 7, or 6, you start doing some crack sealing, maybe some thin overlays. You start getting down to the 4s and 5s. You start doing what we might term rehabilitation, where we crush the road back and put a new cap on it. And then really once you're down into poor, 3 and below is where you consider it that it's shot. I'm going to let it die, and I'm going to rebuild it completely. Graphically, that kind of looks like, or we attempt to illustrate it a little bit with the next 2 slides. So slide 15 says if I have a pavement over about 35 years, and I'm going to start out here when it's a brand new road, and I'm going to kind of run it until it's shot, it's down by 3 or 4, and then I'm going to rebuild that entire road back up again, and we get about another 15, could be 20 years, depending on what type of pavement. But this is really kind of meant to just be a graphical example that over the long haul now, I've gotten 35 years at it, and I've rebuilt the road twice. If I took the same kind of example on the next sheet, and at the appropriate time, maybe 4 or 5 years in, 6 years in, I do some crack sealing, and I can slightly increase the PACER rating on the road because I've maintained it a little bit, and then maybe another 5, 10 years down the road, I do a thin overlay on the project, and then maybe 10 more years in, I grind up the road and put a cap on it, what we call a strong or a structural rehabilitation. That over the lifespan of that road now for 36 years, I've invested less than I did by running into failure and rebuilding it completely. Those are some harder points, I guess, sometimes to particularly get across to the public, because oftentimes the public sees, an overlay going down and then wonders why just within 10 years we're going back and we're doing another overlay, and they start to wonder, well, I got other roads that I haven't touched for 30 years or 25 years, why not? And so I think that if there's anything that's on a big picture scale, it's to understand that there really is some science and rationale behind doing crack sealing and overlays, that we expect the pavement to start to have cracks a certain time in, and it's applying that right fix. Everybody's going to want the brand new 25, 30-year pavement right in front of their house, and yet the smarter way to manage that asset may be to do some maintenance on it. If it's a concrete road, it's going to be a series of patches. Over 20 years, I might go in there 2 or 3 times and do some patches on the slabs and start to fail. We now then took the pavement management software and tried to run some projections. So the next several slides, 17, 18 primarily, are some graphical representations of making 4 million, 6 million, 8 million, 10 million, right on up through type of investments in the city road network. And this is the entire 244 miles of city roads. So at a $4 million, which is the the bottom curve on this projection, it shows that over the next 10 years, you're going to hopefully maintain or slightly decrease the overall pacer rating of the network as a whole. And what's important to know is that in that category, you're still going to continue to increase the number of roads or the miles of roads that are in that poor condition. And those are going to be the people who have to drive those that are in the poor condition are generally going to be the ones that are the most local, because it's going to get, going to get worse and worse. And there's some examples of those roads in the city today. At $6 million, you start to see a little bit of an increase. At $8 million and $10 million, you can see a better increase. We were trying to zero in on the right model to be able to move the needle over 10 years and see an increase in the overall network condition, and also see the number of miles that are in the poor condition start to decrease. In other words, to a point where the money would get programmed to do reconstruction. And slide 18, this one, you start to see that at the $10 million investment level, you really do. You can see currently you've got just under about 25%, between 25 and 30, in the poor condition. And here at $10 million per year, that's still there, but you're going to start to see the amount of miles in the poor condition decline. If you can get up even higher than that, you can get to those roads that need to be reconstructed sooner. But I think anything less than that, you're just going to continue to see the miles that are poor, which again are going to be some of the most local people that are driving on those roads, continue to get worse. Slide 19 probably spoken to some of the points that were there already, but just try to put in words what we're talking about. So at the bottom end of that, $4 to $5 million per year, you are going to see a slight decrease in the average pacer rating, and the miles that are in poor condition are going to continue to increase quite a bit. At about $8 million per year, you do see the overall network rating increase because you're going to be doing overlays in some of those streets that need overlays. But the category that are in poor are still not going to be touched to the point where you're going to see that decline. But at $10 million per year, you do start to see some reconstruction being programmed on some of those poor streets. A few key points, I guess, I'll also make while we're talking about these projections. The model is just looking at the overall area of pavement that you have today. So that 244 miles of road, some are 2-lane, 3-lane, 4-lane, 5-lane, whatever. We're not talking about doing a lot of enhancements and other things. I mean, quite often, as council knows, when you get into reconstructing the road or touching the road, it makes makes logical sense to talk about doing lots of other things that are nice to do while you're rebuilding that road. These numbers are based on just maintaining the pavement area that you have today. So, decorative enhancements, streetscapes, pedestrian facilities, now motorized improvements, upgrading the traffic signals, if there's bridges and culverts that need major rehabilitation, if there are areas that may need capacity improvements, those types of improvements could potentially all be above and beyond some of the projections that we're talking about here. And that's good to keep in mind so that if you do move ahead with some funding changes, you understand what the intentions of those projections were. And then also as projects come up, like the interstate projects or telegraph road projects on state trunk lines, the way the law is currently written, and there's been some talk of changing that, but today the city still has to participate in those projects to a small share. Small as an overall percentage, but still they can be, as I think this council knows, they can be pretty significant shares. And those types of things have not also been included in these projections. Is there any questions? The next slide kind of wraps up.
We'll wait until you finish.
Okay.
I think we should entertain questions at this point as it relates to the infrastructure section.
I don't know how we're gonna do that. Do you have a second phase of a presentation, or?
The last slide right here talks about how that translates into millage. I think the administrator asked us to pull together that conversion, and then that kind of wraps up the roads piece of it. So maybe I'll touch this real quick, and then for discussion about millage, we took the $10 million per year and today, in your current highway budget, it's hard to tell exactly, but roughly somewhere between $1 million or $2 million is able to get used in capital maintenance or heavy capital work. So that could count towards the $10 million need that we were talking about. As we get into the presentation, another strategy is to be coordinating improvements for water main and sewer improvements, utility work in some of these neighborhoods that need work, so that while you're in there doing one, you can get some efficiency or cover some of the costs for repairing pavement if you have to touch it for the water main. And so some strategic use of some of the water funds may help offset some of that need. Assuming that those were each about $2 million per year, that leaves about $6 million. And it's my understanding at your current rate, a mill generates about $1.25 million. Is that? I think that was correct from our discussions. Right?
That's correct.
So at 3 mills, it generates about $6.75 million per year for funding. And then the last bullet just kind of illustrates what that means for a homeowner with $150,000 home. With that, I think that kind of wraps up the roads piece of the presentation if we wanted.
Yeah. And let me just start out by saying this, that, you know, over the years, and having been here, we've had ratings of our roads for years. Public Works has always, and engineering has always brought us up to date, usually once a year, showing what roads are need, what the rating was, and then you could schedule it to be repaired, whether it be concrete, which would be a full reconstruction, or diamond cut, or whatever we did. And through the years, what's happened is, as far as I'm concerned, is that we schedule a certain portion of the city to get done, and we invest the money in it, and the project never gets completed properly. In other words, I go back to the map that we have here, and we still have problems with Inkster Road. So in a scale of, you know, if you'd have had a perfect way of packing this, you would schedule Inkster Road, and then whatever it be, and another road, say Franklin, and then Inkster, and then Evergreen, and whatever have you. And you would eventually, in a 10-year period of time, or even a 15-year period of time, you would have done all the secondary roads and completed them, and if you did the right maintenance on them, it would still be pretty good condition, regardless of the zero weather and the winters that we have. What's happened is that the jobs that are being completed are not completed properly. And I can go back to 5 years ago, we had Telegraph Road, for example. And, you know, we spent money on Telegraph Road. They put asphalt in. Asphalt is falling apart. You go underneath the bridge, I-696, it's completely gone. Then there's a crack, goes from the bridge almost all the way to 12 Mile Road in the northbound east lane. Right? 5 years. You look at Inkster, we're still messing around with Inkster. And then last year we did 9 Mile, and we're still messing around with 9 Mile. So when you look at you know, if I look at that and I say, okay, how do I attack this problem with these roads? And everything would be on this list over here to get completed. Do it right. And either the inspections or the way they're constructed or reconstructed or whatever is happening, or the product that's put down, something is not working. And as far as I'm concerned, the money we put into it is just going right down the drain. You look at 9 Mile between Beach and Inkster. You know, that was done, the bridge was done, 9 Mile is falling apart. 9 Mile between Greenfield and the Expressway isn't working. I think something has to be done to look at what we have done so far and what have we messed up on, so that when it's done, it's done. I mean, we're still on, I think, 7 years on the median at Telegraph Road, getting the doggone water over to the islands. So, looking at from my point of view, everything you're saying is great, but unless it's done right, first time, and maintained, whether it needs seal coating or tar the cracks or whatever have you, we're right back to you know, number A, B, or one, stage one, and we're not going anywhere. You know, we just keep pouring more money into it. You know, I mean, the Franklin Road was $1 million job, we ended up paying $800,000 in to fix it the right way, almost as much as the road cost. Inkster Road, still cracking, still filling potholes on it. It was all done, 2 years ago, right? 2 years. Now, we had 9 Mile done last year, and either they waited too late in the season, the asphalt was cold or whatever it was. It's garbage. It's not kind of a road you want to accept. And so I'm sitting here looking at everything that you're talking about, and everything is great. But until we can get one job done and get it behind us and say, okay, I got that road 5 years or 10 years or whatever it is, then I can go on to the next one. But I can't be 3 projects behind and looking forward and say, okay, where do I go from now? Look at Evergreen Road. It's supposed to start in May. Now it's June because the contractor didn't put his papers in. So now I'm going to go into winter months, June, July, August, September. We're going to be in the winters. If we have early winter, we're going to have snow on the ground before they finish Evergreen Road. And so that's what we have to really address is how can we get whatever we approve done so that we can move on to the next one, next stage, or the next stage, and the next stage. And I looked at 11 Mile Road, we're talking about in front of where Blue Cross Blue Shield was. And I at first just looked for the deceleration lane. But 11 Mile Road's gone all the way east to the surface that was already done. In other words, from Inkster Road to that break, wherever it is, Evergreen Road is gone. It needs total reconstruction. But now I'm saying, how do I catch up in buying some time on what I have and having, I mentioned Civic Center Drive. That thing was supposed to be beautiful. You know, we put that little skin on it and all that so you won't have cracks. You go right here to Evergreen and Civic Center Drive and it's cracking up. And so, you know, they did Last Year Road. You go follow down Last Year Road and it's cracking. And that was just done, 2 years ago, 11 Mile County job. So, you're hearing frustration from me. We've been around a long time, and I'm saying even when Buki was here, we had this rating, we set a schedule. This job is scheduled, this one is done, you know, if you call it shovel ready, and you move on, and you move on, you move. But what we need now is total reconstruction and catch up on the stuff that we are supposed to have done right. And then we got to look at the stuff that's falling apart today and somehow find money to do that. Look at Greenfield Road. We sucked $1 million into that just to make the county come back on that job. I mention that only because that $1 million could have gone for our city roads. You know, and here we are stuck with paying obligations that the county and state have just so you want your city to look neat and clean, you know. And so, I don't know how, you know, somebody told me if you're a Democrat, you get asphalt, if you get concrete, you're a Republican. I was asking, why the hell did they do, excuse the language, concrete up at 12 Mile Road North and then allow the asphalt down here where it's already falling apart. There's a hole at 9 Mile Road, Myron knows, you go to the acceleration lane, you got a 4-inch hole, 5-inch hole there already.
There's another one that's
Yes,
getting
yeah.
bigger at Swanson too.
So, you know, so I guess everybody here is in engineering and trying to help us out, but I think the first thing that I wanna deal with is how do we get something that we approve here to get done in a fashion that we can accept it, and we're not gonna have a problem with it, if we do the right maintenance on it, we can buy ourselves 5, 10 years with it. And, you know, I marked over here, we gotta go back to Inkster, so the Inkster's on here, and you gotta go, Franklin Road is still a mess, and 9 Mile Road is a mess. And I'm saying is, you know, I don't know, 12 Mile Road, you go to 12 Mile Road, you know, and they just did, they interchanged the 12 Mile last year, and that's already cracking up. I mean, I drive these roads as much as I can every week, and I look at them, and I make notes. And it's really embarrassing to say, hey, you know what, we did this job, I'm really glad, it's nice, it's clean, it's neat, whatever. The last thing, not to be the only one speaking here, is also, why in the world don't we examine why we have any of these problems that I have mentioned? And I think primarily that they're rushing the jobs, as ones that are concrete. They're pulling up the forms too early before the cement has really cured. Because if you go down any road, including Lasher Road that was just done, you know, where the middle road is all cracked already, so now they'll put coal pack. And then they cut, maybe somebody can answer me, why do they get a cut every 30 feet along the road? You do it in Florida, but you don't have the weather here. You do 275, you go thump, 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 you think you got a flat tire. I mean, something is wrong with how we build roads in Michigan so that you don't have this up and down all the time. And you know, and we talked about some time ago, having fabric in the cement. I don't know if they do that anymore. Maybe somebody can answer that. They put fabric into the concrete mix, and they do that in Germany, and it holds the roads together better. But you look at every road, no matter what it is, wherever it's cut, now it falls apart. Then you put blacktop, then you put coal pack, and then the road is screwed up and gone. And now you go the other way. You know, Greenfield Road is a real good example where they cut it every so often. Now it's a railroad track. You know, thump, 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 till it's totally disarray. So something's either wrong with design, how we're building roads today, with the product they're putting on the road, but we're not getting any life on these roads. And if it continues the way we're going, you know, we're going to spend all our time just trying to fix what we already bid out. And anyways, that's, and I guess I'm looking for not only a strategy, but looking at Southfield, what is the strategy that we have to bring the road that we did construct back up to something that is supposed to be right, whether we can, I don't know, how we can fix what we have done, bring those up to date, and then code it so that we can move on to new projects. But, you know, I was even thinking of doing, they did in Birmingham, I know, Mike's not here, is he? Anyway, they showed me where they skin the asphalt, they used to put down a base, but it gives them 3 years, 5 years in the residential areas. I don't know what they call that.
Chip seal.
What?
Chip seal.
You know, and maybe that's how we're gonna catch up. You know, you can do more miles with less money, and with the same amount of money, and you get roads looking nice, because nobody wants to do business in a town. You know, you go into the town center and you drive down every green road every day, pretty soon you get a mindset, you know, and say, man, this place is falling apart. And it affects people moving into the city. And so roads are very important. Infrastructure is very important. I just looked at the Golden Bridge they built on 13 Mile Road between Lasher and Telegraph. My God, and I can't believe that bridge. Bingham Farms. I mean, it's all wrought iron, it's all beautifully, I don't know who's seen it, but I don't know what that sucker costs, but I see the bridges built when it comes to our city, and they look like let's get in and get out and move on, or
You're
whatever.
absolutely right. A Bingham Farm resident was bragging about that bridge, and we can't
Yeah.
even.
But you know, you go, I just come from Florida, you know, they have bridges over in Florida and Ohio, they even have potted plants across the I don't know where all this money is going, and not to Michigan, but, I mean, it's almost to the point where they're saying, hey, look what the heck we're doing here, when you drive by, and each bridge is like a pilot product. In other words, it's like somebody said, okay, we'll do a new design here, and you go and see 5 of them in a row. Going through Tampa, and 4, I mean, all the money that is being spent, and you look at Michigan roads, you come in from Ohio, and you don't even want to go to that Michigan, pure Michigan. Anyway.
Brett, we're gonna let you answer the questions that, if you can, from Mr. Coppy. Mr. Coppy, we are gonna be covering in the agenda, under roads, just the project warranties and the, quality of the road work. So that's on our agenda as we move forward.
So I'll make a few comments, and if anybody else in the team wants to add in, they can. You did cover a number of topics and a number of projects. I guess I'll try to maybe articulate a few generalized points. I think there always is an effort to look at what has worked in the industry and what, more importantly, what hasn't worked in the industry, and try and always improve that. I will say, as some general trends, there's been a lot of effort in the last couple of decades to use more and more recycled materials in a lot of the pavements that we make today, and for obvious reasons. It's more sustainable. We've got tons and tons and tons, literally, of concrete and asphalt pavements that we're grinding up and rebuilding new roads, and it'd be nice to be able to say that we can reuse a lot of that product. That certainly did spark a lot of unknowns as far as how some of that material would perform in the pavements, and so particularly in concrete in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s, there were a lot of premature failures in concrete, and since then there's been a lot of adjustments in some of the specifications to either limit the amount of recycled material that goes into it or add other things to try and combat some of the things that the recycled material does. And the same things with asphalt pavements. Some specs now allow up to 40, 50, 60% of recycled aggregates in the materials, and it's not fully known exactly what that does to the performance of the pavement in the long run. So we've been trying to control that with even some modifications to specifications just in the city of Southfield or other local municipalities to limit the amount of recycled asphalt that goes into a brand new mix for some of those reasons. So I think there is always an effort to try and improve. You mentioned doing things that will stretch the dollar a little bit, like doing cave seals and slurry seals and some microsurfacing. Those are thin surface treatments to try and seal up the surface of the pavement, help the moisture from getting in and really blowing it apart. I know the city's been tried some of that up in section 12, 13 area a little bit, see how it works. The downside of that is, and some of these thin overlays, the downside is it does fail quicker. I mean, it's intended to. If I do a mill and overlay kind of like on Civic Center here a couple summers ago, we're going to see cracks come through the asphalt pavement within the first 5 years. It's expected, it's known to happen. But if I can get on that with an overlay sooner, as opposed to waiting for it to be a complete reconstruct, I could go out here and mill and resurface Civic Center 4 or 5 times in the next 25 years and still be further ahead than if I completely ripped it out and built it. I mean, those may be generalizations, but that concept is what I'm trying to get across. So it does still, at the end of the day, come down a lot of it to limited funding. If you look at Michigan, I think it's about 19 cents per state gas tax today. You compare it to some of the other states like Florida or even in our region, Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, we're half as much as most for what kind of funding we generate for the roads overall, which puts more and more pressure on to trying to do more with less. The federal pool for Oakland County is down to about $16 or $17 million per year. That's what all of the communities in Oakland County are competing over for their federal aid eligible roads. If you go back 15, 20 years, that pot of money used to reconstruct several miles of road every year. You'd see major freeway or major secondary streets being reconstructed. Now, pretty much the entire pot is being used for mill and overlays, what we term these 3R jobs, just because that's all the money that's available. So I don't know that that's answering all of your questions directly, but it's a few general points.
Hey, one of the things, using last year as the example though, I mean, something, say even from the engineering standpoint, even things that, are being brought to the municipality, and, they roll it out, and, come to the room, and we show you everything, but it looks hazy. Unless you really have time to just digest it and look at it, I mean, I just cannot even believe what they did on Lasher Road. I mean, it's so crazy. They took and took up all the driveways, and some they did cement, and some they did asphalt, and some they had a in and out on their driveway. One was asphalt, one's concrete. I mean, the concrete wasn't even cured. You stay off of the road, and they bring in asphalt trucks and rollers onto this new concrete to put asphalt in the driveway. And the asphalt stuff is big stones, and all coming out now on the concrete street, and cars are running over it, now pitting the concrete. If you really look at this seriously, I mean, the way these things are engineered, and then they had a road that goes down the north-south on the east side of the street, so that residents can get into their houses, so they build a road. Well, when it got completed, they took the driveway and cut it in half. In some cases, they got half asphalt and half concrete on the same drive. And I mean, then you go down to 12 Mile and Evergreen, and they put asphalt, and I swear the guy who put it on the west side of Lasher Road had to be drunk or something, because that asphalt winds in and out in the middle of a lane. I mean, it doesn't even make sense, and it's all coming apart now. And so, somehow, when we as people who can't look into the design that closely, maybe don't understand the kind of construction of them, or don't peel into every little segment, you guys have to come up with something that is pure, meaning that when it is done, we can walk back, as Jim Charette used to say, and celebrate. And everything that is done, we can't celebrate. And I think both engineering firms here are here. Somebody's got to step up to the front and be partners with us, so they can celebrate that job as much as us. And if it means, that Dan doesn't get the job, I don't care about Dan getting every job in the state. We went out every little Italian contractor and stuff, and he gets everything now, and they don't know how to pour cement. They don't know how to pour asphalt anymore. So, I don't know where we're going with it. I mean, I'm not going to throw money in this stuff anymore unless, I'll tell you, we're going to talk about bonding, and I'll tell you, anybody that does any work in this city is going to have to either do a perfect job or they're not going to get paid.
There are a few slides, too, to try and address some of the plans for ramping up quality control on the projects that are going to be upcoming for this year, and bond and warranty. So we don't know if you want to put some of that discussion off till we get to there, or was there anything else?
Okay. Everything Don said was correct 10 times. I was gonna say some of that, but I won't repeat it. It comes down to when the contractor gets the bid and he comes to the road, he puts a bunch of crap in that road. It doesn't hold up, and we don't have oversight on that. We don't, if they test it, they tell it's okay, but it's not. So they're getting their money for nothing. And that's what's happening to all our roads. Don said everything correctly, and I can't even remember what he said, but it was correct. But we have to we have to do something about the contractors after they get the bid and they start their work. I think that's where your problems are. They're putting down glue. And I see it. I saw a lot of it in the subdivisions a couple of years ago. And then when the contractor comes to get his money back, they give it back to him in 2 months. He's not responsible after that. Why? I saw the thing myself. I saw the road piling up, the corners and everything. Sure, he'll do it over. Pay me. What's the matter with us? Don't we have people, the oversight? All this sounds good, but it's not real. The realism when it comes to building the damn road isn't the same as you put it down on paper that it should be. So who's honest and who's dishonest? What's happening to us? We have no say. And we don't even know what's happening to us until you see what's happening. So what are we going to do? Do the same thing?
Hopefully not. We're gonna address these concerns again, Mr. Lance, when we get to the
I don't see how you can
project
change it.
warranties.
You have all these engineers and giving us a beautiful story. Do they have any responsibility in the actual putting the pavement down or putting the cement in?
The engineers?
Yes.
If we hire them for inspection.
There's some of your problems. Yeah, him.
No, I
Everybody.
think Lee wants to.
Go ahead,
Yeah, good afternoon. I just wanted to speak to some of the projects that we were talking about, that Mr. Fracassi specifically mentioned. These are projects where we're trying to extend the overall life of that road. None of those projects were full reconstruction projects. So those are projects that, we're expecting to get a 15-year life out of. Coming back and seeing cracks in a road that you've just resurfaced as opposed to reconstruct, that's not unusual to see. Now, the fact that you say there's cracks out in Lasser Road, that was a total reconstruction. I mean, that was a road commission project, but those are the kind of comments that really concern me and that I've been asking questions to the county about. A lot of research is really done at the state level, and that, they budget and they have division for research to try and address when they start seeing repetitive problems like that. Yeah.
Lee, if they put asphalt down on Telegraph and they didn't want it to crack and they didn't want it to pit and have potholes, then they should have said they should do a reconstruction of it as they did north of us. Instead, they just laid down asphalt. Whatever they did as far as base on that isn't working. And so you're going to make us hang with that asphalt job that they have. So whether it cracks or not crack, it's not cracking north of 12 Mile Road, I'll tell you, where it's concrete. So why should it be cracking and go underneath the bridge of I-696? If you're in the right lane, you'll go in a hole.
Right. I mean, and
So
that
I'm
is...
trying to figure out, I understand what you're saying, but then somebody ought to say that expect this thing to crack in 5 years.
And that's part of what we wanted to also convey tonight, or this afternoon, is that we need to adjust our expectations to what we're doing to the road, because when a mill and overlay comes through, I mean, that's a brand-new surface. It looks flawless, and for all anyone knows, that could be a brand-new asphalt reconstructed road that we're expecting a 20-year life out of. But these are mill and overlays, and we do some heavy mill and overlays, meaning like we're going to mill down 4 inches, so we're trying to get as much life, but it's a big cost and benefit formula that we're trying to extend the life here. And I'm sure that's what MDOT was doing. That piece in Southfield was probably originally constructed at a different time. It was in better shape than 12 Mile North, and so they're going to try and go with that mill and overlay to extend that pavement life. And if the part to the north was reconstructed, it's because they didn't have any other choice. I mean, that's typically going to be any road agency's approach, is to try and stretch these dollars as far as we can.
Well, I know what you're saying, but if something is going to fail in 3 years, and I'm spending the kind of money I am per mile to fix it, and I've got to make a different judgment on what I'm gonna put down. If I have to put down total reconstruction and I get 20 years or 15 years out, I might be better off doing a full reconstruction than doing a patch job and having a poor road after 2 years until I can get back to it. And I'm gonna fill it just full of coal pack and garbage until I can get back to it. So in other words, if whatever they're putting down is not gonna last us enough time to get through the city and get everything up to normal, then what we are permitting to have happen isn't, as far as I'm concerned, is not the call I wanna make. And just like I was saying about Evergreen Road, now, I don't care what they say, if they haven't got this thing ready to go in June, like they're supposed to be starting, they're not gonna finish it this year.
We'll have an update on that later.
Well, I'm telling you, knowing the way things go around here, it's not gonna be completed this year.
Which is.
I think the engineers will tell you that.
No, I did have one more point that occurred to me. Oh, I think I was gonna speak to all these major roads that are federal aid eligible roads, that competitive pot of money that Brett spoke to at the federal aid committee level for Oakland County. You know, each year when we apply to those, you know, these applications are long and somewhat complex, and our consultants are very good at trying to get the most points as we can on our application. And we get a lot of points for spending the smallest amount of money per square yard of pavement. So, you know, oftentimes even in our applications, we're maybe saying we're just going to do this, knowing that once we actually get that funding, we may throw in some extra money from the city to beef it up. But like this last year when we were applying for 2017 projects, the Federal Aid Committee as a whole, as soon as the meeting started, said we are not funding any for our, which are reconstructions, we're not funding any for our roads. We're going to use all of our money on 3R projects to extend the dollars. Our Evergreen Road project out here, that was really the last 4R project that the Federal Aid Committee funded. And typically they will, when they were funding a 4R project, they would fund oftentimes just 1 or 2 4R projects for that entire fiscal year's funding, and then all the rest, because reconstructions are so much more. 4R is a reconstruction.
3R is resurfacing.
Yeah, 3R is typically a mill and overlay type of fix. So the way they have the points set up is they're almost forcing these best management practices for extending the life of the road. So when we're competing for funding, we have a much better chance of getting funding for these 3R or resurfacing jobs as opposed to the total reconstruction.
Mr. Lance, was that all of your questions? Was that it for you? That's it?
No, it's just as though you're saying anything or talking, it doesn't mean anything.
Well, we spent a lot of items to cover in this agenda, and one of your concerns there was project warranty, so coming up.
Poor quality, and I've been saying this for years, not caring what they put down.
Right, so we still have to have that.
Are they taking asbestos and putting it?
I have a question going back to slide 18, so I don't know if you want to pull that up. And you might have mentioned this, if we spend nothing, or if the current amount, we have less roads in poor condition than if we spend a little bit. So it's obvious that the trend is to bring fair roads to good, not poor roads to fair. And I was wondering, I mean, I'm sure there's a logic behind that, and I was wondering if you could walk me through that, and I'll say why. You know, on our last meeting, we talked about that we're doing we're doing Evergreen Road between 12 and 13 miles, which apparently is poor on here. I don't agree that that's in poor condition compared to some of the other roads in the city. So as we're putting down monies to reconstruct, you know, fair roads to bring them to good, we're going to get asked questions about the poor roads in the city. So we have to have an answer as to why not as bad roads are getting more attention before the real bottom are getting the attention. So that's my first question. I do have another. So.
jumping in first?
Sure.
Go ahead.
That's a great question, Councilor Morris. I think that point is a key concept that's tough with some of these pavement management programs, and it's not unique to this community by any means, it's across the board. But if the theory being, if I had $1 to invest in my road today, what would be my best use of that dollar? And the premise for this is, if I can go seal some cracks, I'm going to get the best bang for my buck as far as the overall health of my network than I will be to try and put that dollar into a brand new, removed and replaced square foot or square yard of concrete. And knowing that I only have $1, then where do I want to go? Where do I want to go spend that? And crack sealing above and beyond is the cheapest bang for the buck that you can have. Then you move up into some of the surface treatments. We talked about doing thin, like 1 inch. I think Councilman Percassi mentioned Birmingham doing some surface treatments, thin micro-surfacing treatments, or a real thin skin grind of the surface of the road and another cap. It's just to try to preserve that. It would be like, analogous to the oil changes on your car. You can have a 40-year-old car, but if I can keep changing the oil in that, maybe I can get another couple more years out of it. And so when the model is trying to program this money here on the lower end, there isn't enough money to touch the poor streets. So it's forcing the money to be programmed to do more of the maintenance activities that are a better bang for the buck. And in the meantime, the other roads that aren't, because the funds are limited, they're going to sit there and rot even further. So you're going to see some of the fares slip down into poor. You're hoping to push more of the fares up into the good. And that's a hard thing.
It's really hard to swallow. If there's logic behind it, I'm okay with using data-driven reasons to do road reconstruction. But I'll give you a clear example. And I really don't agree that Evergreen Road in that area between 12 and 13 is poor, and it's poor on this map. I really don't agree with that, especially compared to Rock Creek. I don't know if anyone's driven down Rock Creek, certainly not a major road, but people drive down Rock Creek. There are holes in Rock Creek, and if it was up to me to put the money to invest on a mile stretch between 12 and 13 on Evergreen, or that mile around Rock Creek, I'd rather see Rock Creek get the attention than a few cracks on Evergreen, than holes in the road on Rock Creek, or not Rock Creek, Lee Baker. My mind is all over the place. Lee Baker, I knew it was a two-worded road. Lee Baker has holes in it, and I'd rather put the money in Lee Baker at mile stretch, which is crumbling if you drive down it, than Evergreen, which I really don't think is that bad. But I'm not the engineer, and I'm not the road person.
Just a couple of quick comments related to that. One, I didn't bring the map along, we might have it, but as I mentioned, only a small subset of the city streets, which are just going to be a small subset of the city majors, are actually eligible for federal aid funding. And so in many cases, like Evergreen, for example, because there is this pot of federal aid, as city engineer Ms. Schultz pointed out, we're strategically trying to go after funding whenever we can to touch some of those stretches of road. That same dollar that we might be getting for Evergreen Road between 12 and 13 mile road wouldn't qualify to be able to be spent on a local street. So that's one of the dynamics that's at play a little bit. And then get back to this point again. In practicality, this isn't usually what happens. I mean, there's enough concern for that road that's just physically impassable that eventually you're going to have to touch it. And so what really happens then is you end up postponing the preventative maintenance or the thin overlays or the things that ideally you would want to be doing on the other streets. And so this is just trying to illustrate that if there was going to be a change in funding level and you really want to start having enough to do the overlays and the seal coating and the maintenance and the sealing that you want to do and still get to some of those that really need to be reconstructed, unfortunately, because of the condition today, you really, unfortunately, probably need to be up in that $10 million range to be touching. And I know there's concern and criticism over how some of the money has been used or how the projects have been delivered. I guess I would say most of the miles of road are in the local street category. Most of the projects that we've been talking about here on Franklin and Inkster aren't even in that local streets category because right now, at the current funding level, there hasn't even been much money to put towards local streets. So I think last year, Edwards Street up in section 12 and 13 got reconstructed. I think that came out fairly well. We're monitoring it to just make sure that was a new concrete road. But there hasn't been a lot of attention, unfortunately, to the locals just because the funding hasn't been there. So.
Okay. I mean, you answered my question. The best answer that I guess I can get. I do want to say to the administration that I really don't see, you know, if we can find, I'm sure there are other priorities other than that stretch of Evergreen Road, in my opinion. Then I have a second question going back to slide 13. Has there been discussion, and walk me through, and I don't know how deep you want to dig, in terms of the miles of road is how the funding is allocated. What about the usage on the road? We have 3 times the population that goes through Southfield than the residents of Southfield. Our roads are more used than up north or, you know, anywhere else. So is the funding allocated based on just the mileage of roads that are eligible for state funding, or is there an equation in there that the amount of cars, the amount of traffic that goes over these roads? Because I think that would boost Southfield up on the list, or at least should.
I'm not 100% expert on Act 51, there may be some others here who are more, but I can tell you on a broad brush scale, the 2 largest portions of the dollar that go through the Act 51 formula go to the DOT or the road commissions first before cities and villages. So right off the bat, you're getting a smaller than 1/3 share of the pot overall. And then secondary, the correlation to use of the road or volume of traffic is primarily made by the classification of the road. So every road across the country has what's called the NFC, National Functional Classification, ranging from the local street in front of your house all the way to the interstate. And the formula programs the higher dollars per mile of road at the higher you are on that classification chart. So generally, cities, the streets that are under your jurisdiction here that are city locals or city majors are at the bottom end of that. And I don't know the dollars per mile off the top of my head, but it's a fraction of what the state would get for a trunk line. The other factors that do come into play a little bit, the population of the community does play in. So, you know, the same 2 cities with the same miles of road, but one with a higher population gets a slightly higher proportion of it.
You know, our issue there is that we have, you know, 200,000 people here during the day,
Right.
but on the census we're 72. All right, those are my questions.
Mr. Fraser.
Yes,
Don't have any answers.
I'd like to piggyback on to something that Jeremy has said, and that is spending the money to go from fair to good seems to be more of the popular decision than moving from poor to fair. And there are 2 ways to look at it. One is, once a road gets in poor condition, it doesn't really matter how long you ignore that. Once it's poor, it can't get any worse. So it can go all the way from some potholes to gravel, and it won't get any worse. So in order to, and you spend your money on moving up the rest of the roads or some other roads from fair to good, so when you do the mathematical calculation, the average of the roads comes out to be in the 5 or the 6 range, which says, hey, your roads are, on the average, are pretty good. But we have to face the folks that drive up and down the gravel roads. And now I haven't been on Evergreen Road. No, I haven't been on Evergreen Road in the 13 mile. So I'm going to take Jeremy's word for it. But I have come off the lodge up along 9 Mile to get to 9 Mile. And is that ours?
The service drive.
The service drive?
Yeah.
Well,
No comparison between the 2.
yeah,
And they're both poor.
yeah. And I mean, that's like driving through Beirut in the worst days. Yeah, and something needs to be done to that, because the amount of traffic that's on that road, coming off the lodge to 9 Mile Road, says, I'm coming into Southfield, and this is the kind of roads that I'm dealing with coming into Southfield. So, whatever the strategy has been for fixing roads, I think that needs to be reevaluated. Now, the other question I have is, the other comments that I have is, when we talk about the roads being repaired and then seeming to fall apart pretty quickly, the asphalt wasn't even cold on Inkster Road. We were out there looking at cracks. So when Lee says that, yeah, you can expect that, I don't think you can expect it as quickly as we saw it. Besides that, we had to spend a lot of money on, the ditches, because the federal government says that, you know, they all supposed to have to be a straight drop off and, no shoulders, so we spend extra money out there on that. But, to me, we're either getting substandard material, faulty construction, ineffective inspection, or poor engineering, or a combination of all of those that make these roads start to deteriorate so quickly after we spend all the money. And I agree with Mr. Fracassi that we're going to spend all of our money patching up the roads that we just fixed, and we won't have any money left to do another road because of either one of these or a multiple of these things. My question is it possible to get the equivalent of a forensic engineer to come out and inspect these roads, do whatever testing a forensic engineer would do to find out if we're doing something wrong, or are our expectations way too high? Because I think all of the explanations that you can give us, when we all walk out of this room, we're still going to say we're getting bad jobs on our roads.
I guess to some degree, forensics or post-project analysis to understand what has worked well, what hasn't worked, is always part of what we do every day. I think all the consultants that work with you and your staff try to do that. I don't know if there's someone that specializes in trying to come out and do a specific forensic analysis on the road. I know that a lot of the projects, I think Inkster Road and some of the other projects our company has been directly involved in.
Well, the engineer should be able to do
But
that.
I think we could probably speak to them. But we do core the pavement and do analysis on it afterwards, and if there's something that was done that was out of spec or not in compliance, one of the things that we're going to talk about, we're kind of getting in here anyways, but a little bit later on, is it's always harder once something is placed to fight with the contractor over whether it did or didn't meet spec, force them to go take action. And so we're recommending, and I think we're going to try to carry it through this year's project, to spend a little bit more on the upfront when it's going down. We've gotten away in the industry, we've gotten away a little bit from doing as much testing on the materials as they're being mixed, as the cement or the asphalt's being brought together before it actually shows up at the job site. And so we've talked this year with staff and with administration about having more people at the concrete plants or at the asphalt plants when the mix is going to come out to your job site is actually being batched. We can specifically monitor how much of the recycled product is going in, what kind of temperatures they're having, is the equipment properly calibrated and maintained so that when it shows up at the job site, and then maybe even test it again right when it's being placed, which is a standard process, because that's really your best chance to fix it. To let it get placed and then go check it a year later because they start to see a problem, it's tough because now you've got a lot of dollars on the line trying to compel the contractor, even if there is a warranty or a bond or something like that, and to compel them to go out there and try and correct it. So, I don't mean to be avoiding your question. I don't know if I'm answering it 100% directly, but it's some of the things I think we're trying to make sure that we ramp up the policing on so that we don't have these types of problems on it.
Well, you can blame it on my naivety, but I would, and I mentioned this at the last meeting, I was watching a TV program on how they do this, and I was absolutely flabbergasted at how quickly someone at the asphalt plant can change the mix by pushing a button. And like I say, my naivety is, I would have thought that in any road construction, somebody would be there just to make sure they didn't push the wrong button, that you're getting the product that we're paying for out the end of the chute when it comes out, so that we don't have to go back a year later or 2 years later and fight with a contractor about poor quality. Because contractors are going to try and some contractors are going to try and do whatever they can do to save money because that's their bottom line. And if they can get by with a mix that's a little leaner or a truck full of cement that's a little, has less of a mix to it, it looks the same.
Right.
It looks the same, and it goes down the same, unless you put too much water in it, it comes out like soup. It's, and we won't know it until it starts to fall apart.
Right.
And he's got his money and he's gone.
The industry has gotten away
That's what I said
from
today.
doing as much rigorous testing on behalf of the owner, whether it's the owner's employees or the people hired by the owner, compared to years past. It's shifted more and more of the quality burden onto the contractor, and trying to, create documents that would incent the contractor to want to do it right, but that hasn't necessarily proven to be the best method overall in how somebody can do things out. So we're talking about trying to go back a little bit to being more of a policing agent on contractors during the construction process. And some of these industry trends are set by the biggest owner in the state of Michigan that pays roads and that. And they develop a lot of standards and specifications. You mentioned they do a lot of research. They tend to be the go-to for where other entities use their processes, their procedures, and their specs. And we're finding that that may not always be the best case for locals and for the county too, so.
I have one last question. And that is the $1 million a mile, is that a total reconstruction, or is that just grinding and resurfacing, or what is the $1 million?
Yeah,
What does that
it was
represent?
a rough guess of a total reconstruction.
Okay,
And some
so-
roads are higher than others because they're higher loading classification all season, but just to give a broad brush, value of the asset overall.
Okay, so the $1 million a mile is total reconstruction, but we've been talking about, that's probably not gonna happen here in Southfield, but it's gonna be, grinding and capping, which means that our dollars ought to go further. Or is a formula that you have, the amount of money that you have down here, is that based on just the capping of the?
Well, these projections on slide 17 and 18 are based upon a mix of fixes. So anything that's already gotten down into the pacer of 3 and below, even 4 and below at this point in time, is probably going to be a reconstruct. That's what we've seen programmed out as a reconstruct. The year that you get to the street, if it's still at a 5 or a 6 pacer rating, there's usually some treatment that may be less than a reconstruct that's going to be a better choice for that particular road. And we haven't, these projections, just so that people have an appreciation, is not programming out every mile of road in the city and saying, this is the treatment that should happen to this road, and it should happen in this year. This is just looking at the aggregated total of the number of miles that are in each of the rating categories and what a treatment should be. If this was programmed, say, at a $10 million pier level, the next step would be to go try and map out a 5-year to a 10-year CIP and go figure out what types of improvements you would do in each of those areas.
Okay.
And while we're on this one, real quick, I do think, Councilman Piazza, you had mentioned, or Fraser, I'm sorry, had mentioned earlier, this doesn't tell the whole story. And I think that next slide, slide 18, we really put this in here because if you only look at this graph, it tends to lead you to believe that, hey, at 6 or 7 or 8 million per year, my network's getting better. Well, how good is it to say to tell the public, well, my pacer rating went from a 5 to a 6, when I still got a third of the roads in the city that are a pacer rating of 3 and below, because those are the people who are having a hard time even getting down their street.
Sure.
And so this is trying to show that you really need to get out here to the point where you're going to actually be putting a dent in some of those that have fallen into the 4 category.
Okay, thank you.
There's no one else under this section, just on the move.
I just want to comment. We've gone through this exercise, and I think it's real important to frame this conversation. Remember, Southfield's the first marine suburban community, most of our infrastructure 50, 60 years old. The fact is, we really haven't had a progressive program. I'd like to do some analysis in the future. A lot of our other communities, particularly to the east, have already leveled mills, some as high as 5.5 mills to deal with infrastructure. And I'll use Ferndale back in '94, implemented a strategy that started dealing with their streets and reconstruction and rebuilding. With 244 miles of road in excess of $300 million of street highway infrastructure that needs to be dealt with, it's time to put in place a maintenance program. I know this dialogue is painful, comes with a lot of challenges. This concept of putting money in streets that are maybe fair and not getting to the poor ones is very difficult. I like the analogy of, I've got $10 to spend, where can I get the biggest bang for our buck? The politics on it aren't very nice, because if you're the resident living on that street that's you know, that poor and you're not, that's the bitter pill. But we have to figure out how we put something in place, and, you know, within our annual audit, we don't put a value on what's happening to our streets and highways. We do for our water system because it's an enterprise fund, but like any asset, it needs to be preserved. You know, we talk about, you know, head out the South Line where all these new subdivisions are going in, and $350,000 homes. Basically, they're using $600 a linear foot of frontage to build every linear foot of their infrastructure. So we've got to start thinking about how we replace this. And, you know, this exercise of the rating, we've been doing this now since 08, 10, 12, 14. You know, the recommendation is that we come up with some dollar amount to be put in. Where the money comes from, but there has been some conversation about a ballot bond question, you know, maybe it's a 10-year ballot where we ask. We're very much victims of failed state policy as well as federal policy. We're kind of just, you know, I think the city the last few years has done a real good job getting what federal dollars we can, but it's just not enough money. And it doesn't deal with the Lee Bakers, the Rockingham streets. And this concept at least allows us to deal with some of those local residential streets. I am somewhat regretting my original position to our team was to lead with the quality assurance and that in my cover letter. I really wish we had led with that because project warranties, quality assurance, and I think council needs to hear kind of what we've done just the last few years in our contracts. And we will hit that in the next topic. The next area is future construction projects.
We have a couple of, you know, the local government does not have, it seems like either the power or the ability to get involved in these major road improvements like US 10 or Southfield Road, to the point where we have, I mean, they'll come in, and the individuals will come in and tell us what's going to happen, and then we accept it. But, you know, when you look at, as Myron talked about, the service drives, why those service drives are what they are is because when they did Southfield Road, they did US 10, they used those as construction roads. And they took all the concrete out of these doggone expressways and hauled them out on our roads and tore them up and then left the scene, and their job looked great, and I was stuck with all these side roads that they use for construction in the shape they're in. The one that is in front of Federal Mogul, you know, that was used extensively, and they used not only that, but they used Berg Road, and they tore up Berg Road. And down where, you know, 9 Mile Road, that's when they used 10, and they used it, matter of fact, they used the staging of the contractors, used that staging at Kirko's place to haul cement and the broken concrete on our roads. But it seemed like nobody gained responsibility on putting those roads back the way they were after they got through with them. And so I think that's also a point that we have to really get on them and put more fight into it, I guess, because, you know, they say, oh, we're going to do US 10, that's fine. They're going to do Southfield Road, that's fine. But nobody says, you know, nobody did the Mount Vernon the same way. They used that going into the batch plant. And that, in George Washington subdivision, they're going through the holes today. And all these construction roads that they have used are all ours, and they're all in bad shape. And, you know, and I don't know how we demand that they use our roads for construction, that they have to put those back in as they've seen them, rather than leave them and leave their problems to us. But that's really what happened to those roads.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to hear the quality control again brought up, because I think that's extremely important that we watch the closely. But my concern is, I mean, it's one thing to have a road that's a little bit rough and doesn't look as nice, but we've got so many serious potholes. And these are dangerous. Lots of roads, bird roads, they're dangerous to drive down. You could lose a wheel, you could cause an accident, and when I see, because I'm on Greenfield Road, I've seen the county go in there and do their coal patching. It lasts for a while, but in some places it just doesn't last long enough. It comes right back up. And how do we, if we don't fix those potholes first, in some way that they'll last more than a couple of days, then, you know, that's just a dangerous thing. We could, I didn't want to see somebody lose their life or have car expenses that we're responsible for. That's very serious. I mean, we've got too many of them. So, that's something that has to be addressed. Well, parents of the, I mean, it'd be lovely if all of our roads look new. If all of our roads look new, I'd love that. I really would. But if it's merely a little bit of, you know, because it's been repaired so much, but when you have so many potholes, and you drive around the city like some of us do, it's just downright dangerous. It really is downright dangerous, and that, I think, is should be our priority right now. Not something that, you know, they come in there and they do it, and I've watched the county do it on Greenfield Road. A few days later, a lot of traffic, especially big trucks, gone. So, I think that, we've got to take care of that situation. That's it.
I would, a couple of comments. I would also add, quality control to the spot repair.
Yes.
We budget, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands for spot repair every year, and a lot of it is not good. It lasts a couple of years. Riverview, I was on the other night, and the cul-de-sac was done over. And the road, Riverview coming down to the cul-de-sac, is much older, and the base of the cul-de-sac was redone, and it's all falling apart. And that came out of spot repair money. And I could cite you a number of other examples where the original road is still in better shape than the spot repair. So there needs to be quality control on that. I don't know who goes out when these jobs are assigned. We had a fiasco last year on Tavistock or the other street there. Anyhow, in that neighborhood, Twickenham. I have no problem with, I love data and that you do a rating, but I also think this is not foolproof, especially if you're doing visual inspections. When Gary Meechan was here, George Washington was a mess, and Gary said, well, I'm sorry, but on the Hazer rating or road soft, and it goes a little bit to what Jeremy was saying. I just don't think this is totally foolproof. I looked at this, and all the red, I thought about when I've driven these streets, and most of it I would agree with, but some of it, I don't. I'd also just say, the guy I really appreciated was Tom Buchanich, because he'd take the data, but he'd also, because he was so steeped in Southfield, he would take into consideration traffic volume. Some of the roads become more of a political issue, and you can't just hide behind numbers. It becomes, especially for the elected officials, it becomes, we get the heat about it. So, and Tom was always very, very sensitive to that. I think he was one of a million. He, grew up here and worked here for so long. He got it. So this is great, but when it, obviously, there's room for error if you're talking about, just visually looking at a road. And then there's the practical side. It's like Jeremy said, if I've driven Lee Baker, if I lived on Lee Baker and the size of the holes that are on that street, and then drive upper Evergreen, I'd pick Lee Baker. Thank you.
Mr. Fukasi.
Does anybody give me any input on this new, thing that Sterling Heights got, that, what is it called, intra-heat, 2,000 degrees for patching? We have it up in the East Coast, I believe New Hampshire has it. I haven't heard of it since then. But they just got one in Macomb County.
You're talking about the Durapatch.
Well, no, it wasn't Durapatch, it was
But
something
it's
that
it's laser, it heats it up.
laser heats. Anybody see it or have any data on it?
Well, it does work. There are some that have been done here, if I may. There are some that have been done here as test examples and those types of things. It's not a large production product, okay? It sets the heat down on the pavement, it recycles it, adds some new asphalt to it, put it back down, and then you roll it and compact it. Does it do a good patch? Yes, it does. But it's not something that you're going to drive down Lee Baker and be done in a day with that machine. It may take you 3 weeks to do that in that stretch. So it's not something that's fast. And I think that as a council, you have to think about, okay, you got a lot of very poor roads, and if you want immediate relief to those people, then there's one direction you can go. You can go put an overlay on it, and it'll buy you 7 and 6, 5 years, whatever. But understand, you're throwing away all of that money, and that's what Rhett was talking about, is let's just say you got 100 miles of 0 to 3, okay? It takes, and let's say it's all 2-lane road, you're going to have probably several $1 million in overlays just to go run 1.5 inches out on top of it. But it does give the homeowners relief, instant. But all of that is a throwaway number, because it really isn't fixing the issue. It's giving you ride quality. If you remember, about 10 years ago, the Road Commission got into a heavy program where on all the major roads, they went out and they put 1.5 inch overlay with no prep on the road that's there, okay? $60,000 a mile. And then they came back with their crews and graded the shoulders back to them and all that other stuff. And all of those overlays and all that stuff got them through 6, 7, 8 years, and now they're all coming apart, okay? So it bought them a little time, but it's all throwaway, okay? Is that throwaway worth that to get your residents some instant relief, okay, while you strategize a more formal plan to come back and visit those roads again, okay? Because if you, as Red says, once you put that overlay on, the ride quality is going to get much better. But what's underneath, it's still junk, okay? You put a new frosting on the cake.
But Jerry, what Jeremy and I think Ken was talking about, though, is so you take and you put the money into a 10-year program.
Correct.
All right? What's going to happen to this Lee Baker, if you use that as an example, when now you cite more money up here, and this thing here is either got to be completely gone because you're not putting any money into it. I mean, it's just got to get worse, got to go back to gravel or something, as opposed to giving some help and assistance to some, kind of spread. Even though you're not up here, you may be down here, but you brought this guy up so that people are not, are living in a quality type of a street.
Yeah, they're not back in Beirut.
We got Farmington Hills, or
Yeah.
Farmington, everybody help me out, Farbrook.
Uh-huh.
People are calling on that, it was still a gravel road,
Right.
and are we gonna go back to gravel roads again? I don't know how to adjust so that we get at least a livable community and people stop saying that, that we're going to pot.
I think it's before you answer, Gary, I'm going to ask that you silence the noise back here. The next time I'm going to ask you be removed from this meeting because there's no noise here. It's a council meeting and we have. There's no noise here. There's someone eating. The next comment is going to be. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think it's this body's responsibility to say, hey, I've got some people that are way down at the bottom, and I can't wait to get to them for 10 or 15 or 20 years until the funding gets there to totally rebuild it. We've got to give them some immediate relief, okay? But you have to have the expectation that that immediate relief is not the permanent relief. It's just like these mill and overlays. They're not the permanent relief. They're to extend the life of what's underneath there out a little bit further until you can come back again. Okay, so it really is something where you've got to say, hey, we've got 60 miles of really bad road, and we're gonna go in there, we're gonna take all the loose stuff off it, and we're gonna hire a paver, and we're gonna spend $3 million just putting 1.5 inches on it. And we know it's garbage, we know it's gonna go away, but it's gonna take those roads and get those people in and out of their houses. Okay? Or you say, I'm not coming, I'm gonna let it revert back to gravel roads in the opposite end of that spectrum, and we're gonna go fill it with wrap and grade it off, and we're just gonna maintain it with a road grader until we can get back to it. That doesn't come free either. And I did wanna say that this chip seal and some of this other stuff that you are talking about, these thin overlays and stuff, when you really analyze the cost of those, you're about 70% of putting 1.5 inches of asphalt down. Okay, so is that a good investment to make that large of an investment in something that's basically liquid asphalt and stones being sealed together and setting up and becomes a chip seal? And if there's a hole underneath it, it'll come back through. Okay, or is it better to take it and clean the loose material off and just spread 1.5 inches and leave it alone? And say, okay, we're gonna accept that. And you still may get some potholes that you still gotta go out and patch. You know, Justin or somebody may have to send that crew down there and do a 10-by-12 patch in the middle of one of these roads, but it's serviceable on the short term, okay? But it's millions of dollars, again, that you're throwing away to get through on a short-term basis. But you have a tremendous need. If we go back to that, I mean, you had how many miles of poor roads here? I forget what that was, but it's a large number. When you go back to that, 66 miles of roads. So let's just say you're spending, in today's world, $75,000 a mile, okay? You're spending some big money. You know, you're spending, what is it, 8 miles or 12 miles? About $5 million just to go put 1.5 inches on the local roads. This doesn't address any of the major roads. It doesn't address any of the state roads or anything else. This is just your local roads in your community, okay? So is that commitment to your residents that we're going to do something, you've got real problems, okay? And we're going to go spend $5 million with the full knowledge that we're not going to get back to you for 5 or 8, 10 years, but we're going to try to give you some relief. Okay, that's really the question of this body, okay, is where do you want to go, you know? And we're here to try to help you solve all those problems. And Mr. Percassi, I'll explain to you some of the other stuff that we're doing on QA, QC and all that other stuff when we get to that part of the presentation, okay, because it is fair questions. And believe me, both firms have been looking very hard at what's going on in the city and what's going on with all of the clients that we service, okay? And we've had major renovations in our specifications for all the jobs you're doing. We're fighting today. We issued at noon today back to MDOT Evergreen Road for rebidding on May 21st. Okay, we've got provisions in there that they don't normally allow in a job. Okay, so there's things that we can talk when we get to that point in the presentation. But understand, MDOT builds freeways. MDOT builds state trunk lines. They don't build local roads, and they don't build your major roads to the attention you are, because if they have a pot of money and they have something goes wrong, they go get a little more from the pot and they come back and fix it, okay? If they want to try something new, they go to the pot and fix it because it didn't work. And what we're trying to do is avoid that.
So what's your recommendation
For what?
with this situation we have?
For this situation?
Yeah.
In my world, if you had, let's just say you had this golden pot of $10 million, I would probably get into the bad neighborhoods and I'd take care of them. I'd clean it up, I'd get 1.5 inches down, I'd let it go I'd tell them when you came, this is not permanent, we're coming back to you. Or you give them the option, say, hey, I'll put 1.5 inches down, maybe you want to do an SAD in your neighborhood and do it right the first time. And you pick up the other 75% of it and we'll give you 10 or 15 years to pay for it. Because we know we're not going to get back to you. But if you'd like to have those perfect curb and gutters and that drainage and all that to be done one time, and get it over with, we'll put it on an SAD for you, okay? And we'll pick up what the cost of that overlay was. And you give the resident the option. And I'll bet you 95% of them are gonna say, put my 1.5 inches down, because I may not be here when the other one comes, you know? You know what I mean? So what would be my recommendation? There are major problems in the subdivisions. There's major problems on the major roads, okay? Give them some relief if you feel that you have the wherewithal to do that, and you can justify to everybody that votes in this city to spend some money in those really bad neighborhoods, to give them some relief. It's unfortunate they got to this point, but they're not gonna get any better if you don't do nothing in the next 10 years. So.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, let's move to the second item on the agenda, and that's the future construction project.
Hot water system, isn't it? Is it still on road?
We're looking at the future construction project, and the roads are listed on page 12. And those in the
Presentation.
On this.
Page
We're still in the first part.
Let's go to let's go to the next page, that is the water.
Hot water, too.
But it fits
That's
in.
where it's still gonna.
Okay, well, that's fine. Don't
There's
we have-
this concept of leveraging water and sewer investment in the streets, section 12 and 13. If we can dovetail our water and sewer investment, that's a way to utilize water and sewer funds to make some street improvements. That's why water and sewer is incorporated.
Well, I figured there was something that was doing it. I thought she was talking about going to something else on the system.
The presentation on the slides here for the water system is more brief. The roads, there's not as much background and theory on it. And I guess just to kind of segue in, the intention for the last few slides of the road need was to give you an appreciation for how bad or what kind of condition the situation is. And we started to get into some discussion here. Gary mentioned too, the different ways to fund that. The examples are just thrown up there for millage. There could be lots of different ideas for how to go after SADs or whatever. But I think the message needs to be that the overall need isn't going to change. It still is what it is, however it's funded. But that does segue a little bit into the water system then, because really in recent years, the areas where the local subdivisions have had major infrastructure work done. This summer, Section 31, last summer, Section 12 and 13 area, it was really the fact that the water system had gotten to the point where it really needed to have some attention. And then while we're in there doing some of the water system improvements, to the extent that we impacted the roads, we made some improvements to the local streets as well. So there's definitely a correlation, and it makes sense to do that work simultaneously as much as can be accomplished, because you get some economy of scale. So just a real quick background on some things related to the water system. This past year, there was an update to the water system master plan completed, working with staff and consultants, partially because it's required by the state of Michigan, DEQ, as part of your licensing, that you issue what they title a reliability study update every so many years. So you'll see the term in here, master plan. The DEQ has a phrase called reliability study update, and some of the items in there are really the same kind of information. So a little bit of interconnection. Just a couple quick highlights on the water system overall. There's about 360 miles of water main that the city is responsible for. I guess if you wanted to use some of the same analogy that we just did for the roads, if you called a mile of brand new water main at about $500,000, this could be darn near a $200 million asset as well for the water system. You currently get all your water from SACWA, the South Oakland County Water Authority. I'm sure members of council already have some of this as background, but there are 13 connections, 11 of them that are used to SACWA. You serve your residential population of about 77,000 people, but then as was pointed out earlier, you've got a daytime population that approaches almost 200,000 people, and that places a big demand upon how the water system is used. There are about 20,000, a little over 20,000 accounts overall. There's more information on the breakdown of all this if need be. But just a quick snapshot from this most recent report shows the trend. You're using about 9 million gallons of water per day. That trend has continued to decline here in recent years, which is pretty consistent with most of the suburban communities. both residential and business use has declined, and some of it is also seasonal based upon how much is used for irrigation in the summertime. And a quick comparison of what you sold to your residents versus what you purchased from SACWA has your non-revenue water or water loss less than 10%, which is a pretty good target. On a side note, about 2/3 of your consumption is from your own residents, and about 1/3 of it is from the commercial use. The next slide, when we do the update to the master plan and reliability study, we do update the hydraulic model. Not a lot has changed in the city from a growth standpoint, obviously, since the last master plan was done. But there was one item that I know was of significant discussion over the last 10 years of both the council and throughout the city, and that was in the northeast corner, sections 10 through 12, working on setting up a high-pressure zone to be able to bolster fire protection in that area. And through the completion of several projects up in that vicinity, there's been a significant increase in pressure. That was shown both with the model and with some hydrant tests. I didn't get the flow data in this presentation because we're trying to finish it up, but we have seen significant improvement in that area. Really, I wanted to segue mostly into the what we title asset prioritization, which is very similar in comparison to what we were just talking about for PACER, except you can't just go out and drive through the centers of 360 miles of water main pipe to get a feel for what the condition is, whereas the PACER rating that we did here this last week was done in 2 days, because you can get a pretty good windshield survey. Not perfect, but a pretty good feel. For the water system, we try and use some less tangible items to get a general gut feel for what the condition is. So we mapped all the water main breaks throughout the city. We've got a large scale map if people want to see it, but printed out, working with DPW and the logging of where they do water main break repairs. So we look at the frequency of breaks in certain neighborhoods, the cost of what those breaks are to fix. We look at what the model shows for average pressure in the system and flow, where there may be less than adequate fire protection. And then we also look significantly at the age of the pipes. So what time frame was it when the subdivision in that area was built, how old are the water main pipes, and what type of pipe it is. Certain types of pipe that were used when the city was being built have shown more or less life expectancy based on. And then we also coupled it with the PACER rating. So looking at the same streets where we had high water main break, lower diameter pipe, older pipes, we also try to put some prioritization of that with the road condition as well. Blending that all together, then try and spit out somewhat of a model to predict where the attention should be for any investment in the water system in the near future. Just a few quick bullet points, and some of this was captured in the last discussion about roads, but the majority of the pipe in the city was built between 1940, 1970. So your infrastructure is reaching this kind of magic 50-year mark. I mean, everybody said when it was going in the ground at that time, well, it's going to last for 50 years. It seemed like, forever. It'll be the next generation that's dealing with it. And in some cases, we've got water main pipes that may last 100 years. And that gap of 50 maybe half. In other cases, we've had some that aren't lasting that long. But nonetheless, that magic 50-year number is, come and gone for some pipes and right here, right now for others. So a lot of the system is operating on what we might call borrowed time. And the more that we can get in and do rehabilitation or replacement of pipe today, it is going to help reduce maintenance costs. I know Section 31 work that's programmed for this summer, is a direct result of really a high priority to how much was being invested on an annual basis by the DPW just to repair water main breaks alone. I mean, all of a sudden you're spending as much money fixing dozens of breaks in the same neighborhoods or a year, through over a couple of years, you practically paid to replace the pump. That's not really the point we want to be at. We want to try and predict what's going to happen sooner so we can get there before we're at that problem. So the next several slides take this data and pairing it up with the PACER discussion that we just had and trying to program the right type of fix in the subdivision and working with DPW and engineering and city staff, we zeroed in on target areas of the city. Administration had asked to try and put together a program for what might be the higher priority neighborhoods in the city and how much it would cost to do water main and street rehabilitation. So we can walk through these to the detail that people want to, but really we can thumb through slide 25 26 is a cost estimate for street work and water main work, showing what the areas that are highlighted on slide 25 would cost. And if you want to kind of walk through, beginning at slide 27, we'll just go through some of the neighborhoods that took out as being highest priority. So this is up in section 11. There's a lot of information on here. You can probably see the hard copy a little bit better in front of you. But just to give you a quick flavor, we tried to show where the water main breaks are, so you can see the diamonds on location. Certain streets have a much higher density than others. In the background behind it are the PACER ratings, excuse me, just in that good, fair, poor, green, red, and blue category. And then age of the pipe. And in the corner is a quick estimate for what the infrastructure replacement or repair costs were going to be. So in this neighborhood, for example, we estimated about 25% of the water main to be touched and about 25% of the streets to be repaired. So as you thumb through these, you get the feel for the significance of value of some of this work. For example, the Section 31 contract from this year is by the time you add it all up and done, is about a $7 or $8 million project, and that's just about half of one of the sections. So,
What's the time span for these water main breaks?
this was looking at, I want to say 5 years worth of data. I think it was 5 years worth of data.
So 9 through 14?
Yeah.
You want to entertain questions now?
Sure, we can do them as we go or whatever.
Yeah, Ken and Myron and I went to the National League of Cities meeting in March, and they echoed, or you're echoing what they said, that all over the country, all these water mains are aging out, and it's going to be a $1 trillion national problem if we wait just 20 more years. So I mean, this is obviously an investment we need to make now. They had mentioned there's some federal legislation. I think you and I were sitting in on that session. There's some federal legislation. Am I mixing up jurisdictions, or is that money available, federal money, to kind of tackle some of these problems?
The only real funding mechanism that's it's really seeded by federal money, and then it's matched with state money.
But do you know what bill I'm talking? You know what legislation I'm talking about, or?
Unless there's some new program, but currently it's
proposed. Okay.
Okay. Currently, the revolving fund program that the city of Southfield has applied to before and used both for sewer and water improvements is the biggest vehicle. Every year they debate a little bit more about how much money to seed that with, and it's essentially a loan mechanism, subsidized loan mechanism, so it's lower interest loans to do the improvements, but you're still looking to retire the debt with the revenue equity.
Okay.
As far as grant dollars for drinking water, unless there's certain criteria for
I think it was that loan. I think it was the loan program that you're talking about.
Okay. I wasn't going to spend a ton of time on each slide. I'll just come through them a little bit. Page 28 is over in section 13. This area, the eastern part of section 13, was some of the worst several years ago when there was a similar type of analysis done. There were lots of water main breaks over here. If you remember, I didn't find one, Fred, since last Friday, but if you remember, some of you may have been here when we had a quick presentation on that project. The neighborhood's got 6-inch pipes, and when we started pulling, DPW probably knows it better than I do, we pulled some of these pipes out of the ground. The tuberculation of the pipe is down such that the flow area through the center of the pipe is sometimes 3 inches, 2.5 inches. I mean, it's completely tuberculated on the inside. We've done some procedures to clean some of that tuberculation out and reline it. Your DPW is pretty progressive, even when compared to some others, about doing lining. The lining still, for sewers, it's very cost effective. For water mains, when you compare it to what it costs to take the pipe out of the ground and put a new one in, it's still, unless you're under a major road or something where getting into the ground is going to be really tough. In most of these neighborhoods, you can dig it up and put a new one in cheaper than you can line the other one. And it has to do a little bit with how it's the process. But so section 13 is this other area that's highlighted was still a priority from the last water master plan. And you can see the scale of some of those projects. Section 15 and 16. And if there's any questions on them, we can go through. But you can kind of see the assumptions that we're making. In most of these, it's complete replacement of the water mains, and then the road work would be either reconstruction or repair if it's in fair shape, to It might be a slab replacement program. Section 2425, which is slide 32, there was the other added improvement that over here, and Gary may be able to speak a little bit more about,
Yeah.
if this was done doing the sanitary improvement.
I'm sure you're all familiar with the Sharefield issues and the house floodings down in there. One of the problems with that particular location is that it is a separated area, but it outlets to a combined area. And so when that storm sewer downstream overloads, it backs up. Okay, it backs up in both the sanitary and the water. And so what we are proposing is to put a pump station somewhere in the 12-mile Pierce area and not allow that sanitary to be gravity connected to the storm sewers, and then pump it back easterly or westerly into the Evergreen Farmington system. Okay, that should stop the basement issues on that particular area.
This is $30 million.
And these were done to try and give you an appreciation for what it would, in these neighborhoods, this would be replacement of all the buried water main. You can see in some neighborhoods, there are streets that are worse than others, if you were gonna try and scale that back and just do some of the worst streets, but then simultaneously while you're in here, do the paving improvements. It could be focused, you're getting, you know, if you were gonna do a larger project, you get some economy of scale by trying to do it all, and publicly, you don't wanna tear the neighborhood up multiple times either.
Do these numbers take engineering into effect, or is this?
Yeah, these are like project level cost estimates,
Okay.
engineering, construction.
I just have a question. When you talk about engineering costs, how far in advance does it make sense to do engineering costs? So we have that would be ready to go. You know, when we had the neighborhood savers, stimulus, and they said, you know, get your projects ready, even though you can't fund them. But then there's a point when that's not realistic. I mean, if you can't do the project, like, we're not gonna have $30 million next year. So how far in advance does it make sense to do pre-engineering?
I do say that for example, the projects this year on Evergreen Road, the city started through some shovel-ready concepts and early engineering back in the ARA timeframe in 2009. So, you know, for some of those types of projects, having some projects queued up, particularly if there's some grant programs or funding opportunities like revolving fund, they might apply for to come along. Having some ready to go are always good. Now, having more ready than what there is realistically funding, you know, to be able to do wouldn't necessarily be the best use of every dollar either. But having a few in the hopper, the can, ready to go.
What's a educated consultant, no more than 5 years? If you can't do it within 5 years, if you can't do it within 3, is there a rule of thumb?
Well, I remember the days when you used to have a couple of road projects, large road projects, drain projects, sewer projects that were always in the can, ready to go, so to speak, okay? And the reason for that is we don't know until we get into projects if we have right-of-way needs or any of the other things that go along with it. In roads, it's often environmental concerns and clearances with SHPO and everybody up and down the line and all those other things. And if they put a stimulus project on the table tomorrow, you have no projects that are in the can far enough along. Maybe the service drive, maybe we could expedite 9 Mile Road, but I mean, you don't have anything that you would call shovel-ready. A project, we turned in 11 Mile Road today, or Friday, for paving in front of Blue Cross. Okay, from the time we started the process to the time you'll get your bids on July 11th, Matt?
Okay, 7th, I think.
7th, okay, is absolutely a minimum of 8 months. That's when you're final designed and you're ready to go. That is the MDOT process, okay? So when you talk about having some in the can, certainly something we would strongly recommend. You used to do that all the time, okay? And then money got tight, and you don't do as much advanced planning, and you're trying to stretch your dollars. But these are the kinds of projects that are large scope projects. I mean, they're not small projects. And some of them probably have more urgency than others, and So you pick and choose, and what happens if in 3 years or 4 years you're not ready to fund it? Then probably what it takes is a little more engineering whenever you get ready to fund it, to go back and update the plans and what might have changed in technology from that design to the current day design. Not a huge redesign, but it is some updating cost. You get 4 or 5 years out, you want to stay cutting edge. So,
Nope, I asked. Yep, exactly.
Really, I think, I don't have to spend a lot of time on each one of these projects, you kind of get a feel. The slide, 20, the overview one, sorry, I'm flipping back here, slides, 24 and 25 and 26, with the large maps give you a flavor for where the method that was used came to the prioritization, and then what the overall estimated cost estimate is. And, I'm sure there's other needs. This is really from sitting down with staff and the consultants and trying to figure out where the highest priority would be for the next 5 to 10 years. The last slide of the water system stuff after the projects is slide 36, and it just mentions that in our discussions with staff, and I don't know whether DPW wants to add any more comments to it, but there are some other needs besides just pipe in the ground that are part of the same capital needs dollars. There's about 15,000 5/8 and 3/4 inch meters in the city that are known to be well beyond what their measuring service life was originally. So that's probably a future need. SCADA upgrades, major equipment, for example, like Vectors, and I don't know that these have been quantified exactly yet, but it's just as a reminder that these are major capital studies. Doing a rate study and improvements to some of the sanitary sewer lift stations.
The focus on this was on the pipe because it's tying into the road. A lot of the areas that we have bad water, we have bad roads.
and just for a matter of reference, all those sections that Brett has taken you through, and those huge costs that are with them, that's 10% of your system. That's 10% of your system.
All right, let's move to the next item. We'll start with the sanitary sewer.
Sanitary sewer, we just briefly talked on this. This is, we'll give Brett a break. I'll stand up here for a while. This is, again, like I said, to get a pump station in place and get this sewage pumping this way, because you have a couple of different siphons and stuff like that the storm drainage goes out through that is under the freeway, okay? And because of what's been happening in this area and the potential for that stormwater to back up through the siphons and back into these neighborhoods is why we say, we'll take the storm sewer, we've got restricted covers, those kinds of things, but let's get the sanitary out of there so it's not hooked into the basement drains and stuff like that and take it a different direction. And my slides aren't quite as colorful, but I will try to be colorful when I talk. Section 24, again, eliminate the pump station or the direct connection to the George Coon Drain, new pump stations, new force main. It's about $2.1 million. This is a project that Fred has asked us to put on here to try to get some consensus if you want to go forward with this kind of project, or we want to move it to the back burner and move on with other things. Okay, so. Okay, 11 Mile Road. I just mentioned that 11 Mile Road is up for MDOT letting. Okay, and the project costs have gone up. We've heard your concerns about mill and fill. When this was programmed back before we were involved with the project, it was programmed as a mill and fill. Because of the issues at Inkster and 11 Mile Road of not wanting to see reflective cracking, we've gone out with city staff, and we've looked at that road. It's basically pretty well destroyed, okay? And we said, why don't we elevate the road above the concrete that's below it, put all new curb and gutter, and new driveways to every driveway along the route. What is that? Gravel in between the existing material and the proposed material will allow you to isolate the reflective crack. Okay? Same thing we did on Inkster south of 11 Mile Road, where the road was done all the way down to 9 Mile Road, is we elevated that road a couple of inches in order to not have to do about $2.5 million in unstable soil undercut. Okay? So this has caused this to rise in cost, but everybody, it was a consensus of everybody because of all the issues. If we went in and tried to do base repairs, we would have basically been in a total reconstruction. There was so much that was gone that there was nothing to save. Okay, so the collective decision was elevate the road. We can do that. We got a few catch basins to put behind the curbs in a few locations. Most of it works over the top of the curb. And put in new approaches for everybody, all concrete, and new concrete curb and gutter the entire length, and new asphalt up on top. Okay? So that is the project that, like I say, is in the July letting.
And to the council, the budget that's been transmitted in the mayor's budget includes the additional cost on this project. Now, Ms. Freeman's here, is she here? I was gonna ask you to just point out, go back a slide, which building federal logo's going in.
I believe it's Tower 4.
I believe you're correct. Go ahead.
Yeah, how far east from the intersection at Inkster 11 is that going? Because
2,300 feet.
the concrete gets,
Right here.
Good.
We're going to the concrete.
all right, now that's what the state put in before, is that correct?
That's
The
what
one east of where your hand was.
from the Pebble Creek drain east.
Yeah, is that
Was
what
part of
the
the-
state just did?
Yeah, the intersection project.
Yeah,
The interchange project at Franklin and I-96,
Right.
696, this was a trade, okay?
Yeah.
That you guys got them to rebuild this road as
Right.
part of that project.
okay, so this is going west from that point?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, 'cause that's really bad. And what will if you raise the grade, what will happen at the intersection of Inkster and 12, Inkster and 11?
At this particular location, we're taking out a small portion of this
Yeah.
and doing a full depth pavement
Okay,
patch
all right,
to blend them together.
all right.
Next one, Rhett, you probably should speak to.
I just want to ask, that's planned for this year?
That is,
Plan for this, to be done this before winter floods. Yep.
We can get that done?
Yep.
11
We
Mile.
should- 11 Mile Road, we should be starting work out there early August.
and that road commitment was very, I was in 4 meetings with federal
I know.
logo. That was their number one concern about that location.
Yes.
And Fred asked us to advance it because this was really a 2015 project.
Right.
Everybody, the funding came with the advance, and we got it out the door and we got it up there as quickly as we could, and we're on the July lane.
Okay.
Was pointed out earlier, I think Lee had mentioned that a little bit about the application process for federal funds in Oakland County. City had submitted the service drive, northbound service drive for Northwestern Highway between 8 Mile and 9 Mile application originally for 2016. Based on some jockeying of other communities and opening of funds, it was able to move up here earlier this year to a 2000, I guess it was last fall, to a 2015 funding slot. One of the things to point out, again, as was mentioned, was trying to compete with other projects in the county. You get a lot of points for how you calculate the dollars per square yard of pavement touched. And so one of the proposals here is to get rid of some pavement. I mean, back when this road was originally put in, the demand and service needs for the mall there was, I'm sure, much great. And so it's felt that the laneage that's out there today isn't really necessary for the traffic volumes. So by putting on what we might want to call a road diet, kind of a term you might have heard, it's a buzzword they just put around, but basically we're going to not put back all the pavement that's out there today. There's no sense in having more to maintain than what you really need. It helped to score points. So it was originally, it's programmed for a rehab, either be a mill and fill, that was how the application was scored. We're currently evaluating whether you're going to get adequate service life out of that versus a reconstruct. Based on some of the comments here that in the earlier discussion about roads, it's really one that's at a point where it's probably more likely at this point to pay for the reconstruct, but anything above and beyond what's currently in the federal application that might go into a reconstruct would have to get funded locally. So if we applied for the reconstruct, we wouldn't have gotten anything at all, but by applying for a rehab, you can get that, and you still are better off having something in your coffers. So I know there's been a lot of discussion. Fred was just asking us last week to put our heads together and come up with any way possible to try and do something out there this year. I know I've driven it. It's a tough road to go down right now. And there just really isn't a way with the federal procurement process that Gary had just mentioned for 11 Mile, when you turn in plans, you got about 8 months. If we turn in plans tomorrow for this project, you might make the September bid letting, which you're never going to start doing construction on September, October. So,
I didn't hear you. What would be the startup date on this?
Well, first off, the project's not in the can already designed. I mean, we've done some preliminary work, but even if we started it tomorrow with the MDOT procurement process, you couldn't have a bid letting until probably the September MDOT bid letting, and you just wouldn't start construction at that point. So the only way we could think of is if you funded it locally 100%, you don't have to go through that procurement process, but then you're going to lose your federal aid, and you've got a significant chunk of federal money to help rebuild it. So realistically, it's probably going to be a matter of working with DPW to maintain it for another year as best as possible. Thanks for that, Justin Kelly. And have it queued up to start right away in the construction season of 2016.
2015.
Just a quick question. When we were doing Evergreen Road, and we wanted to reduce the lanes, we had to do a traffic study. Was the traffic study done in this to do the road that, or is this swag?
So far swag, as we go through the MDOT procurement process, they may require us to submit data, but the ADT on the section of road is less than $6,000 without doing even a full-blown study. The lane, a 2-lane service route is more than handle what's out there for vehicles today. And that would still put in the auxiliary lanes for J.L. Hudson Drive and the service and the on-off.
I just wouldn't want to jeopardize the project by getting all the way down there and then, well, did you do a traffic study? Then we have to start all over again.
Correct. We'll have to prove that through the process, but
okay.
Feel comfortable saying that.
I just want to comment, as Brett had indicated, we have a commitment for 1.228 federal aid. There has been a couple conversations with the county road commission about horse trading. And from my position, I would be comfortable recommending that we fund this locally to move this schedule up if the road commission folks would agree to horse trade an equivalent amount. And that seems to be the stumbling point in the conversation. There's a meeting tomorrow morning. I don't think there's much appetite in the way the committee is structured to do that type of horse trading. I want to walk away from this meeting knowing that there's a consensus from council that you're comfortable with us pursuing this road diet from 3 lanes to 2 lanes. The other piece of this that, maybe we need to come back and do some type of Band-Aid measure for a year on this road. That's hard for me to recommend the concept of maybe spending $200,000-300,000 for what would be a 1-year fix, knowing how tight these dollars are. So I wanted to, council's sign off on the road diet, and is this road so bad that we should be pursuing a cap of some sort? And I'm going to state this, very ironic, when we do Evergreen Road, northbound, they're going to put a 1.5-inch cap.
Because, if I may, because of the condition of what's happened over the winter, we inserted a 1-inch minimum overlay on the 2 northbound lanes because they will be used to maintain traffic on the, for one direction each lane, each way. We couldn't come to this body and say, move your traffic over here and run your traffic down those 2 lanes the way they are. Okay, so we were doing some isolated widenings to make things work, and we said, no, we've got to fill the chuck holes and put at least a 1-inch of asphalt down there, so you're not wasting a lot of money, but you're at least gonna have something that's serviceable. When we get to Evergreen Road, that will even be a bigger point when we get to what's happened recently on Evergreen Road, okay?
As far as the horse trading is concerned, that only works as long as we were ready to put up as much money as the cost of this in other projects. Just, if we were only gonna put up, 2/3 of this money, we don't have the other third.
We have other projects, primarily along service drives, that have similar cost ratios. This one's probably a better deal for the state because the road is losing a diet, or is losing a lane, losing a lane. They're not warming up on the concept of preserving. If they would come back and say, we'll give you a commitment of 1.3, and the dollars were equivalent, I think some of our other service drives could be good candidates. But I know Red's had conversations, Lee's had conversations, I had conversations, they're not really warming up to it.
Something to say, what Jeremy said, if you had the choice, you'd put $1 million in the greenfield, or would you put it in the Southwest?
Yeah, take the money from 13 Mile and Evergreen and bring it down. I'm serious
We made
about
a choice, right?
Absolutely.
And so we cleaned up the work that county should have done, and we're gonna have to put our own bill to our street again. I mean, it's crazy.
We're paying for the neighbors and paying for our own.
Yeah, we're paying for the neighbors, and we're not paying for.
11 Mile Road at BASF. You'll recall in 2013, the bridge, in 2013, the bridge here at Kearney Green was rebuilt, okay, with a new deck and that type of stuff. The rest of the road is severely alligator, cold patch on top of cold patch, and we understand that BASF has come to you to talk to you maybe about how to fix that road, either through a special assessment or some other means. Cost of the road, we did it both ways, concrete or asphalt, and it comes out about $850,000, maybe say $30,000 if you go with asphalt, full depth asphalt. So what we did is we, because they're looking at an expansion, we believe this is a opportunity for the city to go to MEDC. Because of the high-paying jobs that are going to be brought to that facility, and have a discussion with them about the ability to seek funding for this section of roadway. Okay? If there's a local share, then I'm sure it would be appropriate for BASF to pick up that share, either through a direct contribution or through an assessment, if that's what you want to allow. But the consensus is should there be something by the staff and administration to seek MEDC funding for this section of roadway to meet their needs for 2015. Again, this will not be a 2014 project. It's too late in the season, and the process is too cumbersome. Future construction projects. I think that we came and we talked about, and you'll see some roads that are already being worked on here. 9 Mile Road, we had a discussion, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. Greenfield Road, Northwestern Service Drive, and then the DDA roads within the Cornerstone District. What we were asked to do is put together a federal economic development grant for this area of the projects, okay? The total projects come up to about $19 million. These are all the roads that are in there, okay? All, you know, you got Northland Drive, we went out and rode these things, some of these things, we were lucky to get up to 5 or 10 mile an hour.
And which ones are eligible for federal aid? Only Greenfield, 9 Mile, and Northwestern?
Only this road, and this road.
The others are 100% the cities?
That's correct. The other road that we put in for federal economic development consideration is Bridge Street and Hilltop. Okay, because of the condition of the concrete roads that serve that industrial park. So those two are in the list of projects. We went and did estimates for a number of improvements, including, it comes up to about $20 million with everything included on all those roads. And what is included? It includes all the design fees. Most of these will be mill and fills or total replacements with 5 inches of bituminous, new street lighting, ADA ramps, new sidewalks and gapped areas, and concrete patches over in Bridge Street. The reason that 9 Mile Road and Greenfield and Northwestern are in there is we're going to use those as part of your local match, as part of this grant. You're making contributions to the area, so we want to capitalize on those local shares towards what you have to put into the project. So while this looks like 9.9 and 9.9, your part of your 9.9 has already been paid or is going to be paid in 2014 or 2015 towards this economic grant if you're successful in doing that. I believe there's a meeting on
May 27th?
May 27th with the federal economic people in order to review this application and have it considered for potential funding. The fundings are released quarterly for federal economic development, and Fred can probably speak to all of this probably much better than I can, but this is the area that we've been told to target for federal economic development funding.
The job generation and the social economics of this part of Southfield, the southeast corner, are ideal for the economic development funds. It's a low-income neighborhood. We're in a unique position that we have 9 Mile Northwestern Highway in Greenfield. 3 years from now, that opportunity won't exist for the city to come up with a local match the way we are doing. They have a strong emphasis on healthcare. A lot of the things the DDA has been committed to the last few years lead itself. They want an economic development strategy. That part of the city has a real good strategy. The industrial park has good job generation numbers, some buildings that are struggling. We can put together a strategy. I think the DDA is good solutions, but we're going to submit both and have the DDA look at both, providing there's we get authorization from council to submit those. That's the industrial south, that's off of Bridge Street, heading north.
8th and Telegraph,
Oh,
just north of the Bridge
okay,
Street Bridge.
got it, okay.
One of the other things that we were asked to look at is the potential for an SAD in this area. And what we found was that based on the average 100-foot lot, that if you were to allow an SAD or develop an SAD for the patches in there, that it would be about $16,700 per 100-foot lot. Paid over 10 years would be about $1,670 per year plus interest. Okay, so for each industrial user in there, that would not seem outrageous, okay, I guess, to get your roads back in good condition. My local street on my local paving recently on my street was $14,000. Okay. Southfield. You want me to take this, Lee, or you want to take it? You can go into the meeting.
Yeah, I just maybe. So Southfield Road, this is the road commission road. We are currently participating in the cost of an environmental assessment that is underway. We had a meeting last week over at the City of Lathrop Village, not only for a status update, but then to see what are our funding opportunities for getting this road actually done. Right now, because the environmental assessment is underway and they're exploring all the design alternatives, right now there is no funding in place for any portion of this road project. So we're still several years out, and we can't really even apply for any grants or road funding yet for portions of this project because we don't know what that final design is going to be. So we really need to complete this environmental assessment phase so that we know what this road's going to look like, and then the county or the cities can start applying for some federal dollars to move these projects forward. most of the time, the way these projects are more successful at the, through the Federal Aid Committee is to do them a mile-by-mile type segments. I know there's been talk about seeing if there's larger grant opportunities to get an entire corridor done. The Road Commission right now, they're saying they don't think that we would have a very good shot at that, but as this final design comes through and we can see where the feds are to see if there's a type of earmark or Tiger grant is one of the things that we were looking at for this large-size project. We're told that the Tiger grants are highly competitive. They tend to be focused on a lot of best management practices with a lot of focus lately on transit. And this isn't really a corridor where we'd be proposing any new transit. Some of the things that we think would be positive for something like a Tiger grant is the great improvement to the pedestrian and non-motorized users of the roadway. But that's where that is. It's looking like the environmental assessment is probably going to be another year to 18 months before that's completed. And so at that time, then, we're trying to get federal funds, which are usually programmed 3 or 4 years out. So,
Total rebuild, right?
yes, total reconstruction.
Yeah, my question is, who's driving the timeline? Because it seemed to me that it was the Road Commission of Oakland County that was putting all this pressure on us to get our act together, but now we're waiting for them to do the specs of the environmental study before we can do anything. So who's putting the pressure on all of us to get this moving?
Well, I think it's up to us to keep pressure on the Road Commission. What they've done, they've hired Spalding Decker as the lead consultant for the environmental assessment, and where it seems, you know, to us that nothing's really been happening, it's just we haven't had any meetings lately because all of these design alternatives that were presented at the last public meeting, the consultants have been going through all of the traffic studies and all of the analysis to see which of these alternatives are even feasible. So there's a couple of the alternatives that have come off the table because these type alternatives maybe can't handle the traffic. They said that we should be hearing probably this week or next week they're going to start scheduling our next steering committee meeting. And then after that point, I'd like to come back and give you an update. I'll have some more detail. They didn't really get into any specifics at this meeting. Lathrop Village called this meeting. They've got some new people in their administration over there, I think, that needed to get up to speed and see where everything was. So we all came together, but didn't really leave with a whole lot of new information.
And I know this is obviously to the Southfield border, which Lathrop Village is right down in the middle. Is Beverly Hills still engaged in this whole process?
Beverly Hills was at the meeting as well, because anything that happens, the environmental assessment, I believe, really just goes to 13 Mile, but if something really changes, the limits typically extend a little bit past. There's always a transition phase.
Sure.
And Beverly Hills has also recently done some type of overlay district for that corridor north of 13 Mile there, so they definitely have been wanting a seat at the table and have been part of the steering committee now.
I just want to comment. Since I've been here, on a number of times, we've submitted federal earmark applications for this project, as well as various trips to the mayor, to D.C. We've been one of the projects outlined in a package of possible projects. This project originally started, when I got here, the county was in a position there was no need for an environmental assessment. Every document we ever gave to an earmark or for the U.S. Conference of Mayors or any other group, we always included that there being a need for an environmental assessment. You don't redesign a road like this without using federal funds without going through this. I was somewhat appalled that they wanted to admit that. I sometimes think that it was part of a stall tactic, because the county, at the end of the day, the county, through any of their funding, doesn't have the money to do this project either. The numbers in the earmark requests have been for between $45 to $60 million for this project. The thought process now is to complete the environmental assessment, form the 501c3, possibly look at this Tiger grant application and a federal lobbyist.
Okay, Mr. Frazier, and then we'll
Yes, has Lathrop Village changed their view on the 5 lanes going through?
Well, I think that both Lathrop Village and Southfield are both leaning toward having a median there, just not a super wide median like Telegraph Road, a more narrow median. I think Lathrop Village originally, when they had talked about on-street parking, that really cannot feasibly work on that road. So some of the alternatives are, it's almost like a side service drive like you might see in some areas along Woodward Avenue where, you know, there's parking along
Right.
those frontages, it's just separated from the main roadway.
Yeah, it's curb in
It's a
between.
safety, right, it's a safety issue. You can't have people backing out when you've got those speeds and traffic volumes like you have there. So, do the designs have to be exactly the same for each segment of the project? No, they don't. And different segments of the project function very differently. I mean, between the south half, when you're south of I-696, it's like you're coming off the Southfield Freeway, and then you're going up to 696. It's like there's much heavier traffic in that area. And so I think there's more opportunities for north of I-696 to do some more innovative things and try and slow people down. But the road commission is the road commission. They do roads. Their primary focus is to get the vehicles through there. Regardless of what alternative we come up with, the road commission does not want any negative impact on the flow of traffic down the road.
It's kind of interesting because the traffic really peters out at 14 Mile because on Southfield Road,
Right.
because it's 5 lanes right up to 14 Mile and it goes down to about 2 lanes. And it seems to be handling the traffic all right.
25.
Yeah, right.
Although it'd be interesting to see what that does to the traffic on 14 Mile. I think a lot of people come up there and then they're swinging right on 14 Mile to get over to Woodward or something. And then, you know, once you get north of 14 Mile, it's pretty much all residential through there.
But you would think there would
Very different.
be an awful lot of people coming out of Birmingham to go south.
I think what you see is a great opportunity for transition.
Mhm.
So you can see where they're looking at the traffic counts and what the communities are wanting to see, and they're trying to work with us. I think the road commission, by turning it over to Spalding Decker, I mean, Spalding is being paid by the road commission, but that's the steering committees all here, so that as a group, the steering committee is directing Spalding Decker, not directly the road commission.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so if you look at Evergreen, Southfield, and Greenfield, I think Southfield's clearly in the best shape among the three. So is it a reconstruction out of need that the city said to the county? Is this a reconstruction out of the county saying, you know, we're redoing traffic on Southfield Road? What was the need? Why are we even talking about Southfield Road? Is it, who drove it? Who's saying what we need to do it? Is it the city to the county or the county to the city, or?
Well, I think that Southfield Road has been mentioned by the city for many years.
Okay.
Because of conditions, the road commission is really looking at it also because of safety. It's like that, those speeds are quick, and trying to make a left turn from any of those businesses
Sure.
along there, it's a pretty intimidating type of traffic movement to make. So the road commission has wanted to put that boulevard in to improve safety. And, you know, they did at one time have some funding for different sections of that roadway, but because the time that has gone by, some of it was STP funds, which is through the Federal Aid Committee, and those expire, so the road project couldn't be done that year, so it basically just got pulled. And then there was some other funding sources that we thought just keep getting pushed forward future years, and now they've disappeared, so.
Yeah, it feels like the county is basically saying, you know, hurry up and wait.
Yeah.
And so that's what my frustration with this project is that, you know, the city certainly wants to fix the road, but it's like the county is coming down and saying, do something, and now that we are moving forward, there's no action.
Well, they had plans ready to go for the first phase of the project, which was going to be within Lathrop Village, and that's when Lathrop was saying, hey, wait a minute, put on the brakes, this isn't what we wanted to see for this section, and the road commission hadn't, you know, really talked with the local agencies about doing something different there. So that's kind of what triggered the whole environmental assessment, and I think maybe the road commission was being optimistic to think they weren't going to have to do that environmental assessment. And once Lathrop Village stepped up, it really triggered the whole thing. So now it's a process that we have to go through, and once we submit to FHWA, then that timeline for their approval is unknown.
I think eventually what's going to have to happen is that there's going to have to be a deal between Lathrop and Southfield and the county to do from the expressway south to the expressway. And that seems that where everyone goes and departs. The traffic probably is less between the expressway and 12 Mile Road. And then we pick up from 12 Mile Road north. And I kind of think that eventually is going to happen, because I live through I-696 with Lathrop Village. They even put this park in the route just so that they could stop the expressway. So there's no way, and I'm sure that the environmental study was nothing but a tactic to stop it from going through the city. So unless we cut a deal where we just eliminate Lathrop Village, but make our streets look nice, in other words, I thought the money was already allocated for Southfield Road until Lathrop stepped in and said they wanted environmental.
Some portions were, and that apparently has gone away.
But I think we have to go back and try to fight for those two sections. 10 Mile and Southfield Road, that intersection's gonna have to be redone anyway.
Well, and that's going to be up to us to put some pressure on the road commission. They are not very proactive with just road maintenance. It seems like every big project they do, it's federal dollars or it's nothing. So, you know, they came out and did some patches for us a couple years back at that intersection because it had gotten so bad. I mean, and that it was a good improvement, but, you know, that was a temporary fix, and most of those are coming apart now, and we're kind of back to where we were, so we're putting more pressure on them to try to
12 Mile and Southfield Road is just getting like 10 Mile Road now. I mean, you can't make a westerly turn from Southfield Road without going in on a ditch. I mean, they've got real big holes there, and they have never patched anything. 12 Mile Road in itself, all the way down, has not been patched, any the coal pack or anything else. So, you know, it's when somebody just opposes, it gives them an excuse not to do anything.
Well,
I think that's what really the deal is.
The road commission was at the meeting last week, and when people were talking about maintenance issues, you know, they made it sound like, yes, we'll be maintaining it until that happens, because it's very likely we could be looking at, you know, 2019 at the earliest that, you know, we might have a chance for some funding.
We even have a barrel there at the bridge, you know. They don't take care of that. I think the sewer, the catch phase is sinking. Is that what it is?
That is being repaired.
Yeah, by us?
Yes, we've kind of put some pressure on the road commission, excuse me, about that.
Yeah, there's, all along the southerly part lane of 12 Mile Road is all gone. It's all sinking. So.
I mean, what they will commit to is to keep it safe for us, so when
it's not safe.
So when serious issues like that come up, we need to make sure that we're communicating that, and I know our DPW regularly talks to the road commission's maintenance crew, but sometimes it might be a heavier spot repair that needs to be done. I mean, there's some, you know, realistically, it might be that it's 10 years out before a real road construction project happens there, so.
Somehow we've got to be able to put some pressure on the road commission. I mean, I just think that just, you know, picking up their jobs, you know, we picked up their snow removal on, you know, 12 Mile Road, Lasher Road, 10 Mile Road, and they're easy to get, you know, they'd give us a couple of bucks and we'd give us the job, and they're not responding to these serious situations on their roads in the city. And like I said, when we have to put a barrel up because the manhole sank, you know, and then we're gonna have to go back and fix it, you know, that is their responsibility. It's nice to say, you know, to us, you know, oh, it's too bad you got a hole in the road, but, you know, you get a lawsuit, you know, they're liable. And, I think I'm gonna sink my truck down that hole. Anyway, I just think we gotta keep pressure on them.
Okay.
And not let them get away with this. You know, keep telling them, hey, you got a problem on that road. Okay.
Here's project. This is a road funding, most of this we have probably talked about already. So this Oakland County Federal Aid Committee, this is how all of our federally aid eligible roads that are awarded federal funding go through this process. So this is all an application that's point-based, and you know, it used to be very heavily weighed on road condition. They've kind of backed off on that. It's not as heavily weighed anymore because what the locals were complaining of is that our roads were having to get down in that PACER rating of a 4 before we could even apply. And then the funding was 4 years out. So by the time, you know, we actually got funding, we were Evergreen Road out here where it's completely deteriorated. So that process has actually been improved upon, I think, through that application. There are some areas that we still struggle with that we're going to have to come up with other ways, and that's why we were trying to give the big picture, because some of our federally aid eligible roads just do not score well, and our service drives are a perfect example of that. There's quite a bit of emphasis in the scoring on traffic counts, and our service drives cannot begin to compete with a major trunk line like Evergreen or something, and we just seem to have a really hard time being successful to score well enough to secure any federal funding for these service drives. So we had that unique opportunity for that road diet for that northbound northwestern service drive, so that was really why we were able to secure funding for that piece. The other service drive that we have funding secured now for future 2017, I believe, is our southbound northwestern service drive, which really starts all the way over at Bird, all the way down to 10 Mile. And that's a huge project, and basically, there's not really a big road diet or anything that was part of that one, but because we made it such a large project that economy of scale-wise, the prices came in better. And also, in reality, it's one of those situations that once we actually get to the design phase, we will actually be probably proposing a heavier fix than what our application showed. You know, it's a little bit of a game to play to try and get the federal funding and then come to the table and fix it the way we really want it fixed. So we're working on that.
Tell me, what role does SIMCOG play in establishing priority for roads? You know, I sit on that task force, I stopped going because it's so political that they get votes before you even get a chance to vote.
Well, I think what they try and do is keep the politics out of it with the application. Oakland County is, I think, kind of the model for these federal aid committees around the state. They have a process that's supposed to be free from politics, which is why their applications it's all by score.
Yeah,
and
what does SIMCOG, you know what SIMCOG has to do with approvals of these projects?
SIMCOG is at this table. They are part of the federal aid committee, so they're part of the group with the locals that are deciding, like if we're going to fund any for our project, something like that at a committee level. And let's see.
But our projects are scored on points. We don't vote on them. So it's a combination of these factors as we...
Yeah, all the applications are submitted. There's a subcommittee that goes through and basically just verifies, double checks that the scores that the applicant submitted that they agree with. Occasionally there are minor changes to the scores. And then they just list them on a big spreadsheet and say, okay, this year we've got $15 million, and they just take them down. They start at the top with the highest score and go down as far as they can.
How do the members vote, then, if it has no, they have just a guy at the table? Why are they going through this? I mean, I sit on that task force, I stopped going, the mayor's on that, and they just don't, I mean, they vote, but they already have the documents and the votes for whatever projects they're pushing.
I can help a little bit with a couple of points. SEMCOG works as the MPO. All the money has to get programmed through the MPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Once they work with MDOT to make sure that the federal targets are set for each community or for each county based upon population, miles, road, et cetera, and the formula. But then once it gets down to each county level, they really are just there making sure that the county plays by the federal rules. They're not going to tell each county how to prioritize it. They just have to verify that a committee does exist and that somehow you're going through a
process to determine how you want to apportion the money, and that you're doing it in manner consistent with FH February rule. So they don't really get into telling each county's committee, hey, you should put it here or put it here. They just want to make sure you're doing it fairly. Ultimately, there is a voting process for it, but as Lee had mentioned, really, even though the committee does vote, they really rely upon these points, and then the voting is more of a formal process.
Supposedly, they are supposed to direct federal funds to counties and municipalities. So they have the control over the federal dollars, as I understood. Myron, do you know? Mayor? I go, they just have a vote, but everything is, is already set. So they've already cut the deal. So, I mean, I try to get stuff done in Southfield, you're not even on the list.
One thing that SEMCOG does do is they're the clearinghouse, as Brett said, and they have to get you on the TIP, Transportation Improvement Program, and you cannot receive funding unless you're on their program through their clearinghouse. So as these counties submit these projects, you have to be on that program in order for that federal money to flow to you. So while they're not directly involved in the votes, they are behind the scenes managing what projects go on that list.
Yeah.
What's that called again?
Okay. This is just a couple of examples of what the funding forms look like.
This was just, we kind of touched on this with any of these projects that obtain federal aid have to go through the MDOT bid letting process. And so this slide is really just to show that, as for example, that service drive project, even if we turn plans in tomorrow, about how many months out you are before you can actually expect for a project to be awarded. And
this would be your next date. May 16th would be your next day to submit plans, and that gets you on a November 7th bid.
And a November 7th bid, typically, that's that bid letting date, but by the time the contractor's issued a notice to proceed, it can be 3 to 4 weeks, would be typical before projects actually start. So these projects have to be thought well out in advance, even when we put the pressure on our consultants to design quick, let's turn it around. We did that to HRC, a few months ago, because originally that 11-mile piece in front of the old Blue Cross building, we were going to construct next year, and then because of the federal mobile move, there was a big push to get that done this year. And they were able to do it, but, we found out about this a few months back, so it was kind of at the last minute, and we're squeezing it in at the end of the season. So a lot of this we've talked in bits and pieces about project warranties or the quality assurance, quality control issues. The warranties was something that is used on some MDOT projects. When we were looking at it and kind of weighing the pros and cons and how some people are doing this, I'm not sure which agencies exactly why they're doing it, because what we are finding is that it increases the cost quite a bit to your bid let construction costs when the contractors are bidding on it. And really the extra cost that you're paying up front and trying to administer to get the contractors to pay, because you have to really define exactly what constitutes warranty work that they have to come back and do it. It turns into administrative and some fighting with them about it, because they're going to say, oh, this wasn't our construction problem, this was this really hard winter. This, you guys, we wanted to do more undercutting under this piece of road than you allowed us to do. It turns into a smarter financial decision for the city to come back with our own crews. We have a very aggressive joint sealing project that we do every year, and it's really a lot cheaper and quicker for us to just come and be able to take care of any issues that come up. That being said, we're trying to put some extra dollars and some emphasis into the quality assurance piece on these MDOT projects in particular. The MDOT process, as was mentioned, in recent years has really put the quality control responsibility onto the contractor. So the contractor's doing it, and the cities, we're there, and we are there for the quality assurance. We're kind of running some parallel tests. The things that we have been talking with our consultants about were already mentioned. Getting back to some of the things that we probably used to do before the contractors were responsible for the quality control, such as inspections at the plant. Any plants that are used on an MDOT project have to be certified by MDOT. So the idea is that all these plants and the quality control that the contractors do is enough to ensure good construction materials are going down. Because of some of the issues we've seen on the project and because of direction from this body, we're going to spend some extra money, and it's not a whole lot of extra money to do some extra quality assurance. You know, we've got people that are out there testing anyway. We're going to send another person out to the plant and make sure their equipment is calibrated and that things are being done per the specification.
The typical way that quality control works on a big job, let's say Evergreen Road or any other job, is people will come in and they'll go to the plant in the morning, they'll watch a couple of loads be made, and then they go out to the job and they test for the rest of the day. And because
People, you mean the engineers?
the geotechnical engineers, the soil engineers, okay. And what has happened over the years, as Lee said, is these plants have become certified. And so for them to keep their certification, they got to guarantee they're going to produce this product during the entire process it's made. What our concern is, as is OHM's and everybody else's, is that once you leave the plant, you don't know which button you hit, okay? And it's pretty hard sometimes out in the field to tell if that mix got changed, okay, unless you're seeing some pretty dramatic changes in the air or the slump or some of those other things once you've left the site. And I'm not saying that that happens, but certainly something is happening that's causing this quality to go down. And so we've talked with Lee and Fred and everybody about putting on days of production to put a person that stays in the plant. That's maybe 15, for Evergreen it's probably 15 or 20 days for the entire project. And make sure that from the first batch to the last batch is exactly what you specified, okay? And other things that we're changing is like on this road here, we're going to have load transfer on every joint, okay? We're going to have dowels through every joint so that don't go vertical and that kind of stuff. We're going to check the air content. What we're finding in a lot of the roads that are breaking up is that the air in the concrete is low. It's what they give them a range, of plus or minus 1.5%. And these guys will tend to make it right in the middle at the plant. By the time it goes through the screed or through the rollers or whatever, it's down in the lowest range of but still acceptable air. So can you reject that air or that concrete because of it? No, because it's in the plus or minus 1.5%. So what we're doing, and in your specifications for your local roads as well as this particular project out here, is we're testing at the back of the machine. We want to know that the air is right behind the machine after all the vibration has gone on and all that other stuff. Contractors don't like it because you're digging right in a brand new finished surface of pavement. But we're going to go in and we're going to be digging in that wet concrete and doing our testing for air at that location, as well as having somebody in the plant while it's going on. And we've upped the air account, okay? We've raised the amount of air that's in it because you can raise it somewhat, but you don't want to raise it too much because it becomes a durability issue, okay? But if you had a choice of being slightly high or slightly low, you'd rather be slightly high, okay, for durability. The other thing that's being studied that we're watching carefully is at MDOT, they're watching the type of road salt that people are using and what they're using on the surface when we're done, okay? The magnesium chlorides, okay, they've finished a preliminary study that shows if you're using magnesium chloride instead of rock salt, that the odds of you having a joint failure are probably 2 to 3 times higher than if you're using rock salt, okay? Doesn't work quite as good, okay? But when they saw those joints in those pavements, it exposes the mortar. The mortar is the weakest part of any road, okay? And it lets the water flow into the mortar, which then breaks up and then exposes the rocks, which then cause the joints to fail. Okay, so they're doing a pretty extensive study right now on magnesium chloride's impacts on concrete roads, because they are seeing it with their own products now. So, the other thing that we've looked at is the spacing of the joints. And, you know, it used to be, well, you know, most spacing of joints was 20 feet, you know, for a 12-foot wide lane. Well, the more recent studies being done all over the United States says that you really shouldn't be out more than 15 feet, or you're going to possibly get a mid-panel break, okay? So the spacing has come down. Okay, what does that do for you? And the joint sealing just added 25% more joints to your project, okay? The clickety-click of 275 or whatever you want to, it's going to be a clickety-click, okay? But if it keeps the panels from having D-fractures, we call them in the corners, where it does that arc cracking, and those other things should be less. The other thing we're looking at in your mixes is we've got some mixes that we call MDOT or 3500P and 4000P in our spec, but it's not an MDOT spec. It's got larger stone in it. And why do we want larger stone? Because the strongest piece of the concrete is the stone. The weakest part is the mortar. So what do you want to have more of? You want to have more stone. You want to have it locked in better where you saw those joints. In local streets, you want that aggregate interlock, okay? And if you're getting more than 6% or so commercial traffic, you want load transfer even in your residential streets, okay? So you have to do that analysis to say what is the right joint for this particular road with this particular traffic, okay? The reservoirs for the asphalt to go in, you know, a lot of them like to cut them, you know, a 1/4 inch thick, okay? We're looking at widening those out a little bit, okay, to get a little bigger reservoir of rubber in it, so that it has more bonding to the vertical faces, so that it can contract and expand without pulling away from one side of the joint. Those are the things that we've done in the last year, okay, in studying up and changing our specs of what we do, and we've shared them with OHM and that kind of stuff. So we are watching what's going on. You know, what's happening on Greenfield? You know, I know Tom Blust and those people say it's not ASR, but if it's not ASR, it's got to be that there's something blowing that joint apart. I mean, for that age of pavement to have those kinds of problems is a huge problem.
Now, will we have these items that you listed, Gary, in writing in terms of what HRC commits to on the development of future Evergreen Road and future projects?
We have it in our specification. We'll share it with, it's in our written specification, our 25 pages.
Can you make sure that we have a copy of this so that we can hold everybody to the fire? Because we've got a lot of verbal commitments in the past, but yet we're still, you know, the city is still on the short end in terms of the quality of roads that we have.
We understand. And I guess I would like to back up to like 9 Mile Road. 9 Mile Road, when are we walking that later this week? We're walking 9 Mile Road later this week, okay? There is a pothole on the south side of the eastbound lane. It's where he dumped the dirt and the topsoil on the pavement before he put the wearing course down. Obviously, that's probably why it's come loose and it's come off. There are 6 pages of typewritten punch list items on 9 Mile Road to be fixed, okay? The project's not finalized out. We have plenty of money to go fix it ourselves if he doesn't fix it, but that job is nowhere near ready to be closed out, okay? So there's rough asphalt and turns. There's all sorts of stuff that's occurred there that the contractor had problems in putting down the mix. And you come to a point in time in the season where you say, well, we got to cover it, we got to get traffic on it for the winter, but you're coming back next year to fix it. Well, now at that point, we're back at, come back next year to fix it. Okay, the things though, the expectations for the council and all the general people of the city of Southfield, the residents and everything, that you have to understand. I was here many years ago when you had a concrete road, you got a concrete road totally rebuilt. And if you had an asphalt road, you got an asphalt road rebuilt. And budgets have made you do mill and fills and those kinds of things. And as Lee's pointed out, and Brett, when you do a mill and fill, there's 2 dissimilar materials. You've got concrete down below, and you got asphalt up on top. They move at different coefficients of friction, and they're gonna open up, they're gonna crack. And the only way you can avoid that is to separate, and not have the asphalt bonded to the concrete. So, I mean, those types of issues, I mean, are real issues that the only thing you come back and do is to joint seal, keep them watertight, so they don't open up any further.
Now, in terms of Councilman Patrick's comment as it relates to basketball, what can be done at this point with all the inconsistencies with driveway and asphalt and concrete, what can we do on that road?
I wasn't involved with it. It doesn't sound like Lee, other than maybe some random meetings, was involved with it. It was done by the road commission. But certainly your desires of you want all new concrete approaches. I can remember the day that this city never allowed an asphalt approach to go back in. And that wasn't that long ago, okay? Now all of a sudden, you got a blend, or you got half and half, or whatever you got, okay, of asphalt and concrete. It's just, your standard is concrete approaches, make it concrete approaches. But be prepared, when you do a job, that you're gonna be held to that same test, okay? Okay, because they're gonna watch and say, well, why do I have to do it if you've got a blend of approaches somewhere else that are asphalt? But if you want concrete approaches, then put it in your specs. Put it in your standards that they will.
So that's our fault that we have that?
Well, I don't know it's your fault. I think that putting half back in an asphalt and leaving the old other half concrete, to me, is pretty short-sighted.
And that was a county project. The county went to those homeowners, they got what they had before. If they had concrete, they got concrete. If they had asphalt, they have asphalt. Now, on Evergreen 8 to 9 mile, we're doing all concrete. After hearing council's outrage over Lasser, we wrote that into the spec, and of course, that is all on our document. So you may have someone today who has a gravel asphalt on Evergreen 8 to 9 mile or asphalt. When this is all done, everything is concrete.
But let me just say this, Gary, it didn't make sense to put asphalt. That's what really irritated me. I mean, they waited after they poured the street and the sidewalk, and then came back on that concrete that wasn't even to be driven on yet, and brings asphalt trucks on, everything, all the equipment, and then they poured the asphalt, and it didn't make sense to me. I said, how can you put the roller, that heavy roller, and be going back and forth over the concrete, pushing down the asphalt? And that just doesn't make sense. So when these engineers who were for the road commission, Oakland County Road Commission, they ought to know better than that. And that's what really bothers me. And you look at the asphalt job they did on 12 Mile Road, I mean, how do you ever do a half of a lane? I mean, go down in front of Brother Rice and see what half of a lane on Lobster Road did. You can see it just full of a coal pack, and it just separates. And so, some things have to be, looked at by them to make sure that their roads are done right. And I mean, we don't have any power. They want our share, our 10, 20, 30%, and they go about their way. Sit up there in the Parks and Rec and have all this junk laid around, and you miss it. I mean, if you're not into being an engineer and looking for these things, you're not going to go ask a guy, hey, what do you want, asphalt or concrete? He doesn't know the difference. And that's what they did. And then they took half of them, where they built the road on the east side, and they cut them in half. So some of them are half asphalt and half concrete. I mean, it doesn't, for a person who's in the business, it didn't make sense. And we walked that with Lee and Mike, we walked that whole mile. And, they just say, oh, we'll come back and do it right, we'll come back. Never happened.
Yeah, I think that as we've had conversations before, every project, it would be good to come in front of this body and walk through the particulars of the project before it goes to bid. We're a strong advocate of that at the time that we're told to start a project, of what we've been told to do, and does that meet this body's expectations or not? okay? And then to bring it back and preview it just before going to bids. This is what's in it. You know, it's making you informed, so you have your buy-in into what the project's gonna be, okay? It's just like 11 Mile Road, we, you know, came to you one time as a mill and fill, now it's gonna be separated and raised, okay? Now you're aware of that, you know what's gonna happen and those kinds of things, but the other stuff is, I certainly believe communication's a great thing. And, to get to you guys and say, hey, you got $1.5 million, based on a mile of two-lane road, here's 2 or 3 options that you can do. What's your pleasure, you know? And you can make a decision that what you think is in the best decision of the city of Southfield to fix that problem. I'd rather have more communication than less.
Before Mr. Frazier, you mentioned that with the warranty, that the city would fix the issues during the first 3 to 5 years because it's less costly. To me, it's as if we're double paying. If we're paying to get the roads fixed, and then we're gonna come back in again if it's not up to par. I'm not quite understanding that.
Well, something that is, you know, like for example on 9 Mile where there was pavement that was done, you know, after it was poured, you could see the next week, like, well, you know, these certain areas didn't turn out well, the surface wasn't correct. That's something that automatically, you know, that we point out during a punch list type of thing. And that contractor will come and they'll cut out a patch and they'll replace it, and they don't charge us for that. When there's an additional...
They didn't do it right.
If it wasn't done correctly.
Right, and that's part of the project without a special warranty. When we build in warranties to the job, it's pretty much saying, okay, we finalized out the job, everything is acceptable, and now anything that happens, you know, or the next 3 to 5 years beyond, we're going to come back, and what it really is end up fighting with the contractor about getting them to fix something, or what the cause of some new crack or some new failure was. When we final out the project, the surface is good, it's the way it's supposed to be, this is what we spec, and this is acceptable to the city. And that's when they get paid. We don't pay them for all the work until it has been inspected and approved by the city of Southfield.
So either we need to tighten our inspection process or pick a different contractor to do the work, because we're not satisfied with the work that's being done. So legally, what can we do to protect ourselves?
Well, we do build, currently in our contracts, we build a 2-year maintenance and guarantee bond requirement in those contracts. So they go out to a surety and they buy a maintenance and guarantee policy in the amount of the original contract amount. So if it's $1 million project, they buy $1 million maintenance and guarantee bond. And so within that 2 years, if we go out and we find there was cracking, there was some defect that we believe means that they didn't build the project according to the specs, then we would initially go to the contractor, and if you get no satisfaction from the contractor, you can make a claim against the bond, which is the surety.
Have we been doing that?
We have, on instances, we've gotten to those points. I recall we've done it on a sidewalk project, we've done it on a road project. But let me tell you what the surety typically will say. Yes, we have this bond, but there is a dispute between you, the city, and the contractor. Contractor's saying, oh, we did nothing wrong, we did it exactly, and you accepted the job, and maybe it was your snowplow equipment that caused this crap, or your garbage truck or something. So the surety will say, you guys decide, and if you can't decide and you end up litigating it, once there's a final determination of was it the contractor's fault or wasn't it, then we'll pay. So pretty much to some extent, it's a pot of money that will sit there, but you usually have to litigate to get the answer on did the contractor do something wrong, and if you litigate and get that answer from either a judge, a jury, an arbitrator, then you can go back to the contractor, which is a surety who has the money, and say, now pay us that money. So it's not necessarily an easy process. I mean, obviously, from my perspective, the best handle we have is before we accept the roads as substantially complete and we make those final payments. Because it is hard. Once you make their final payment, they're not all that excited about coming back because now they've been paid and we don't have that leverage anymore.
I
we doing that on these federal contracts?
The federal contracts.
Well, the federal,
Well,
the MDOT-led projects
their
do not have
That's right, and I
engineering.
just want to point that out, because the projects we're talking about this year are all, we're working under MDOT's rules.
Right, it's not a, it's
And
not a city
so I
contract.
think
Right.
council needs to have that distinction.
Right.
All right, I'll come back to my question. Mr. Frazier?
Yeah, my question was the same as our president's. But my question is, what's the incentive for the contractor to do the best job they know how to do if they know we're gonna come out and fix it?
Well, this still has to get approved by us. I mean,
Yeah,
so,
but if we can approve it today, and it looks good, and 3 months down the road, something happens. If you buy a washing machine, and you get a warranty on it, the guy plugs it in and hooks up the hoses to it, and you do a load of wash, and everything looks fine. 2 weeks later, or 3 weeks later, or a month, something goes wrong, you have a warranty, he comes back and fixes it.
but when you think about the type of failures you might see in the first few years after a project has been completed, typically what we see is not the road completely falling apart, it's typically some cracks here and there, maybe sooner than you were expecting. We're trying to work some things in on our Civic Center project, and then again on 9 Mile, we used this fabric that they put down between the layers of asphalt, I believe. So this is supposed to help prevent reflective cracking when you're doing these mill and overlay projects. So I mean, there's certain things that proactively we're trying to do. They're not cheap things to add to a project, so we're going to be closely watching it to see. It's like, okay, are we getting a better life out of this overlay? Does this seem to be delaying, the occurrence of cracks? Because they are going to crack eventually. And the thing is with the contractors, when they walk away, what you are going to see are cracks if something does show up, in 3 years or the first 3 to 5 years. Well, joint sealing is the cheapest thing to do, and it's certainly a lot cheaper for us that we do joint sealing every year. So if we send our contractor down Inkster Road, like this year would maybe be an appropriate year because Inkster was paved, it's been a few years now, 4 or 5 years.
It's been that one.
3 years.
3? But, now's the time when I'd like to send our joint sealing contractor down there, take a look. I mean, I know there's not a lot of cracks, but if there's some, let's just get on top of it. And this, this still has a nice ride quality. It doesn't mean that the road is garbage. It's not potholes. It's, it's
But it shouldn't,
trash.
but it shouldn't have to, this sounds like we're building roads with guesswork, and this is their career, this is their job, this is what they do every day during the construction season. They ought to know how to put a road in so that it lasts, so that we don't have to come out later on and fix what they didn't do right. I'm sorry, but that's the way I feel about it.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of it as being the contractors putting something down incorrectly.
Don and I were with...
Gary walked.
Yes, and Gary and Mike walked Inkster Road 6 months after they had the road in, it was cracking.
Up by 11 Mile.
Yes,
Right.
and Jim was there.
Right. That was an area where, closer up by that intersection because of some shallow pipelines, that was a more straight-up traditional type of overlay. Concrete, the rest of it, we did that stone layer to kind of separate between your concrete road structure and your new asphalt structure. Up here, there was no separation. And we did see cracks there a year later. And, I mean, HRC came forward with that. They ended up paying to have that joint sealed for us. But, I mean, I talked to people at the road commission. I said, we saw some cracking after a year. And they looked at me like, yeah, that happens sometimes. I mean, they were not at all alarmed by that. It's not a total reconstruction, it's a resurfacing.
In my next life, I'm going to be a contractor, road contractor.
I mean, we're, doing the best here with what we've got.
We've got a couple people.
But one of the things that's not being talked about, but it's a cost to the city, is the folks that we send out to fix the roads, they aren't doing what we want them to do. They're mowing grass or whatever else we had them originally scheduled to do because they're out patching the roads that, or watching the other contractors patch the roads that need to be patched. So it's really a cost to us in excess of what it looks like for us to go out and fix the roads. So,
I mean, that's a true statement. Our overall condition of our roads, when you look back to our whole road network, is on a downward trend. That means our streets and highway crews, who are much slimmer than they were in the past,
right.
are having to do a lot more pothole patching because we have a lot more roads that require pothole patching. I think we all understand where this is going, and that's why we need to do something to correct it. We need additional funds, and if the change isn't going to happen from the state level, we'd love to see the city, dedicate more money to this so we can make it right.
I've got a question for Gary. And you said that the salting of the roads, if they use the wrong kind of salt, rock salt versus...
Magnesium chloride.
Yes. Is there a time frame between the time the road begins to cure before you should put salt on it so that it doesn't deteriorate the surface of the road faster?
In an ideal world, you wouldn't eat rock salt, you'd use chemical melders the first year.
Can we build that into our process that,
If we're allowed a little more time for it to work.
Yes.
Because it's not as fast as rock salt.
Right. Not gonna clear the road as
There's a lag
quickly.
time.
Well, whatever.
We can't do it. We can't do it.
Yeah, whatever snow control device or product that we put on the road, let's make sure that we don't do it too soon so that we're at fault by...
We deliberately avoided salting Westbrook a couple of years ago to see what would happen.
Yeah. I don't even want to use sand. I don't know.
No.
No, I don't know. Yeah.
We'll do the chemical.
Okay. Whatever is least abrasive to the surface of the road.
But at that point, we do not have a machine to apply a straight chemical to our roads right now. We have a way to mix the chemical with the rock salt.
Yeah.
At the truck, at the spinner, but we do not have a tank and sprayer to just spray the roads by themselves with just liquid.
Mix it or go or purchase.
That's a conversation for another day.
Right.
We'll
Yes.
do a review. There is an official snow policy.
Yeah.
But we'll sit down with our engineers and our team and do a review of procedures used on newer streets versus older streets to allow them to cure
Right.
fully.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
I was just, something came to mind, and actually it was touched on briefly as it relates to the warranty. As Sue Ward had pointed out, you've got an M&G bond on your project today for local contracts. In theory, under the method with the M&G bond or even on the MDOT contract, it's our role to work with the contractor to try and hold their feet to the specifications. And let's assume they cut grade appropriately, they get appropriate density, they are under the right temperature, the right moisture, the right ideal conditions. In theory, it's supposed to deliver you the product that you want. This warranty discussion is really kind of analogous to, you besides just buying the washer from Best Buy, it comes with a 90-day manufacturer warranty. They try and upsell you on a warranty on the way out the door. And if a lot of people will look at that when they're buying their appliances and say, if I buy an appliance if I buy a $50 warranty on every single electronic or appliance I buy, am I better off on the long haul keeping the money I would have spent on warranties and just putting it back in my pocket for the one that fails? And so I think you have to look at this 3-year to 5-year extended warranty, and what we talked about really is that extended warranty policy. If you're going to do that, kind of like a little bit of a no questions asked, if I have a failure in the first 3 to 5 years, the contractor is going to buy that warranty and buy that bond by adding cost to the project. They have to pay for that. And the question really to ask yourself is, do I think that in the long haul I'm going to be better off by having that cost of that warranty, which is estimated to be somewhere in the 5 to 8% range, in my own pocket to go do work, whether it's with my own forces or not. That's not to take away from the fact that we're still working very diligently on every project, and we're talking about maybe ramping it up more to make sure that they follow the rules.
Okay.
I just thought that might help.
The
what happens on 9 Mile where they put down a surface that's very pitted? It doesn't even look like it's a new road. So obviously they're not gonna repave the whole road, right?
No, and really, besides some specific areas around some of the turns where, you know, the surface is obviously more gravelly, that is that specific type of asphalt mix for that road. It's a more open graded mix, and after, you know, there were some initial. Pardon?
Why would we order that then?
You know, it's a standard MDOT mix that's used on major roads because it's strong. After that project, it was one of those conversations we've had internally. Okay, no more 3C mix because people don't like the way it looks. And the majority of that road, it looks the way it's supposed to look. I mean, and it's structurally sound. It's not, you know, raveling or anything like that. I mean, besides a couple of the localized areas that we know they have trouble with.
You know, I think, I don't know if that's cheaper, but if we're gonna go out and ask the public for money, and again, knowing that the public are not road engineers, they just drive and they want to make sure it's smooth and it's attractive. So, you know, I think we open ourselves for criticism when you get it. You know, you've done a mile of road down there and it doesn't look very good. So it says to me that the city is spending money but not getting quality, even if it is.
Yeah, I think
You might know it's quality,
right, it's a
but
perception.
But if we're going to go for a special assessment or a road bond, you know, whatever, we've got to be able to defend it, and we're not going to be able to educate the public about mixes of asphalt. I mean, you want to put them to sleep, start that conversation.
Noted, no more 3C mixes.
Is it cheaper?
4C, sorry. I don't even think it's necessarily a cheaper type of mix. I don't think there's a whole lot of difference in cost from one mix to the next. When you're looking at a major trunk line, you know, there's a certain menu of mixes that you can choose from that can sustain those traffic loads. So.
Yeah, and just for the record, 10 Mile Road from Telegraph to the Lodge is the same exact mix.
It looks worse on 9 Mile.
I know the position that we have, the Public Works Director, is vacant, but it seems to me the council is saying they want a standard, they want a consistency, and I don't know who's making the decision to use different mix for different roads, and who's deciding if we aren't demanding that we do all concrete like we used to. But that seems to be what's missing. It seems like there is some internal decisions that are being made, and I'm not saying they're bad decisions, but they're not meeting the expectation of the council. And, you know, I'm a strong believer we need to fill that position, but there has to be a certain level of expectation that meets what this council is saying from when we're letting these roads and doing these contracts. So we're not in the you know, she's not doing anything wrong, it was a mix that was offered. But the council is saying they have a different expectation. And in some kind of way there's a disconnect.
We would welcome the opportunity to come back in front of council on more of these, because I think it's been said earlier, the communication. You know, we can, you know, when 9 Mile was done, I think the adjective that Councilman Cybert used was correct, fitted. And then folks were comparing that to the look of the smoother appearance of the finish of Civic Center Drive. And, you know, I'm not sure how the aggregate mix was picked or anything, but we can certainly start, you know, putting those standards into play. I mean, this conversation helps us out. And we knew after we saw 9 Mile, but I didn't know until today, though, this is the same thing we have on 10 Mile? Because it clearly has a very different appearance. So I would, somewhat baffling. But we could certainly work to better define these standards in that. It's part of this dialogue that we need to have. These things have been kind of just moving along, specs are being written, and no one's saying what is the finish. Asphalt versus concrete, it's really coming down to this federal aid committee, and most of our funding is 3R jobs. On the new concrete, we got the message after Lasser Road, Evergreen Road, everything's gonna have a concrete driveway, and yes, we're incurring a few dollars extra to make that happen.
You know, I think Councilwoman Jordan kind of hit on it, but someone said, I think it was you, this is a government body. We expect our experts to advise us and not just come back and then we're saying, because we don't pour concrete, we're trying to person here that pours concrete. I don't care how much we talk about, we don't know that dynamic. And we got a whole team here, and we have internal staff. And so, somewhere along the line, that connection to the quality and the expectations, it should be, we should have someone coming to us and saying, you know, you have an option for a warranty. This is what's happened in the past. This is what we advise. Because the council has an issue with outcome. And so that's the piece that and everybody here is not to ding them, but we're not getting where we want to be. And once it's down, we're living with it. And every time you ride over that road, it's frustrating, it's irritating, because we're kind of stuck with it, and that's not where we should be. And so how do we connect the dots in a van so we're all on the same page, and we know whoever's doing this contract knows council's not going to buy that. It's not acceptable.
Well, it clearly starts with the specs, but this is why this slide was put in. I wanted council to better understand how the bid process and the funding, and then the quality assurance. At the end of the day, if council wants us to move warranties into these projects, we will. I think there have been lessons, unfortunately, very expensive lessons learned on some of our more recent road projects. And I believe that simply because we haven't had a more recent history of doing some of these projects.
I think that the money issue has forced us to really look at every dime thing. And that's the reality. When we look at, $6 million, that's not a walk in the park for us anymore. That's a huge commitment. And so to say that I'm taking this from our budget and planning for this, and I'm not getting what I want, and you're going to continue to see that.
And with your said, there are several items that you're looking for consensus. This afternoon, Mr. Warren?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the first one is on page 38, and that's the sanitary sewer improvement.
That's correct.
And those funds will be taken out of
Water and sewer.
the balance
That's right. Well, let me put it this way, the cash assets, water and sewer, about $45 million. And you approved $6 million last week. In the budget, there's another $20 million in water sewer projects. And when we go through the budget exercise, you saw a larger water sewer project. We'll be doing some forecasting that begins to look at what our capital expenditures for the next 5 years may be in that for the water. So the engineering on this would probably be, help me out, guys, 15% of the 210? Yeah. 250. And on each of these items, we'll bring forward an actual item at a regular meeting. If there's a consensus, we'll proceed.
Okay, council, so the first one is page 38, and that's the sanitary sewer improvements in section 24, and we'll take a consensus at this point. Mr. Lamb?
Yes,
Yes. Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Seibert, Mr. Frazier?
I'd like to ask a question first, and that is, we've been hitting the water and sewer surplus pretty hard. How quickly does it recover?
It nets about 5 to 6 million a year have been your revenues for the last 3 years. Net revenues after expenditures and debt service.
Okay, because we've got a lot of projects, and we can go through this pretty quickly and find that we're painting ourselves into a corner. On this project, I would say yes, but I just want us to be, with one foot on the brake pedal.
All right.
Yeah, it should be noted, I believe we got about 2 million a year coming out debt service, and we'll lose 3 million of that within 3 years as well. And that's part of the forecast we'll be doing, kind of a five-year, on an annualized basis, we'll do a quick snapshot to year 10, and then some recommendations. But your net change in position, revenues over expenditures, 10-11, was 6.1 million, 11-12, 7.3, 12-13 was 4.3.
Okay, but is that normal expenditures, not going in to do special projects?
You did have a large amount of capital projects in 12-13. You did a lot of the work up in section 12-13.
Just a warning that we need to do some projections so we don't paint ourselves into a corner.
As we start the budget process, you'll see more thought process given to that.
Seymour, Mr.
Exactly, yes.
All right, so we're saying yes on the sanitary sewer improvements in section 8. Next on meeting of consensus is page 44, and that's the future design construction project being the PASF 11-mile road.
And actually, I want permission to apply to the MEDC. We'll bring that to a rate for the next May 19th meeting. And then we'll continue to explore the SAD because the company did approach us about that. And then I'd like the consensus to proceed with preliminary design engineering.
All right, let's get a consensus. Mr. Patton?
Yes.
Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Frazier?
Yes.
Seibert? Mr. Moss?
Well, hold on 1 second, so I don't say yes just yet. This was when I was working for the state, this was a project that we had worked on and tried to get them the MEDC funding for this. I really strongly would like to see BASS firmly contribute to this project, not just in a hypothetical way. I want to see, this is a road that only leads to their property. No, the whole public drives on this road.
At one point during their tax appeal, and it should be noted, BSF has now acquired the building they were previously leasing. Their job generation, when we were going through the application for permanent drain, they were very reluctant to make a large job commitment. And now it's pretty much...
Yeah, this was when I was working in the state rep's office. They had tried to work with us to fill out their application. We worked with the city so that they could get some funding from the state to make it happen. But there was never a firm contribution on their part, and it is a road that only leads to their property. I'm very uncomfortable with having the city commit to this construction project without BASF sitting at the table saying, we're going to make an X dollar commitment.
If it's an SAD, they'll bear the largest piece of it. If we can secure MEDC funds, there are 150 new jobs coming with it. And even in the tax appeal, we actually asked them if they would consider taking ownership of the road, and that's gone back almost 2.5 years.
Right.
You're complaining about the road, would you just...
Take it.
So
what can be done to firm that
Well,
up?
the SAD, we would recoup the engineering
Are you
costs.
putting any, in this, you're not putting any city money. It's
No.
either gonna be MEDC money or an SAD.
Or
So we
both,
would be-
a combination.
Right, combination. Or we would upfront the money on an SAD, but they would be paying it back with interest.
I just want to make sure that's clear before I say yes.
Simple to do, say yes.
Yeah.
We pick up the
Well, Mr. Lance, you're saying yes as well? All right, I say yes.
And how much would the design,
Okay, let's move.
how much would the design, if that's the part we're gonna pay, how much do you have an estimate?
Well, we would recoup that in the
You'd put that
SAD
in
and the
the
grant. I mean, that would be...
All right, let's move to number 48, page 48. And this is again a future construction project, and that is the Federal Economic Development Administrative Grant.
And I'd like permission to submit the grant. We'll bring this to May 19th. Again, the uniqueness of this position, this grant, Greenfield 9 Mile Northwestern Highway, that the local match would come from existing projects. The next funding deadline, I believe, is June 16th, and the next one after that is September. So we would present this at the May 19th meeting, permission to apply. But I've already engaged the engineering company, HRC, just to give us cost estimates involved in the project. It wasn't discussed, and it could come back. We're looking at doing that water main along, in addition to the northwestern
On the service drive.
service drive. While we're redoing the service drive, we'd like to redo the water main to improve the westerly part of the DDA's water flow. So that would also be part of the match. Well, but your local match is gonna come from matches you're already making. Greenfield, Northwestern Highway, and 9 Mile. This is 2 years from now, this opportunity won't exist. We're leveraging what's already being invested.
All right, we'll start with Mr. Lamb.
Yes.
Mr. Moss, Mr. Stiver.
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Frazier, Ms. Seymour.
Yes.
Mr. Duffy, I say yes as well. Okay, the next item, meeting of consensus, is on page 50, and that is another federal economic development administrative grant as well, and the city cost is page 50.
And again, this is just to commence with the SAD process, submit the grant application, as well as even a discussion with the MEDC about possibility of doing MEDC economic development funds for this industrial park.
Is it, we're saying to commence design engineering, but is there some chance we wouldn't get some of these funds that we're applying for?
When you see the language on the 19th, I will soften that trigger. I only need preliminary cost estimates to move forward with these applications. We can pull the trigger on design.
So what you're doing is with something.
I need only preliminary cost estimates.
All right, let's get it consistent.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's one last one I don't think that's in here, and that is, do we want to consider, and I know we're under time restraints, according to our city attorney, going after a bond for road improvements under our major streets? Is that something that this council is willing to entertain at this point? And so what would be the drop dead date that we would really have to make a decision to give you enough time to factor on what
We kind of backed up with the city clerk in terms of when, I don't see how it's possible for August, but we backed it up from the November date. And between when it needed to be submitted to the Oakland County clerk and when language, if we're talking about a millage, which is what I thought we were initially discussing, to be absolutely safe, right around June 28th, the language would need to be done and into the Attorney General for his review and approval. Now, if we know that even when we did the millage back in 2011, we didn't have as much time as state, but we also know that Miller Canfield has a little bit of ties, and they can always, and they did that for us in 2011, and they were able to shorten that time. Usually, to be safe, you want 4 to 6 weeks in the hands of the Attorney General, just to be safe. So the June 28th is the 6 weeks. So if we go into July, we're probably still okay, but as you keep moving forward and don't have that language in, you're probably getting into a kind of a murky area. So ideally, right around June 28th, to have language.
So I guess I want to say, do we want to schedule another meeting to look at that a little bit closer?
I would think so, yeah.
All right, then we'll do a consensus on it. Any opposition to another meeting, right?
I don't have any problem with another meeting. I'm a little chilly on going for a bond. I'd much rather, I feel a lot more comfortable, and maybe this isn't the next meeting, I feel a lot more comfortable using what we've already kind of given consensus to, so people can see that we've actually done something, and then we could go to the public and say, we want to finish what we've already started. But if we haven't started anything, and we say, we're going to do it, but we need more money, by raising the taxes, I'm a little chilly on that. So, but I'm open to another meeting.
Okay.
In case I miss coming to the meeting, you already heard what I was going to say.
All right, let's see if we could schedule that meeting, because we are under the gun. You guys can get that calendar. That's irregular. Oh, like before that?
Is there room next week?
We have the 12th for the budget.
How much time do you think you can, about an hour?
Aren't we meeting early on the 18th?
No,
This is
not
seven,
much.
right? So the 12th.
We can do a 5 o'clock meeting. Okay, Madam Clerk, we're gonna go for the 19th at 5 o'clock.
Will you set that officially, you do it tonight, you do Rule 10? Okay.
She's giving me a
Rule 10?
We have a motion by Mr.
Make that 5:30.
5:30 may not give us enough time.
Maybe late.
We have a motion by Mr. Patterson, supported by Ms. Eno for Rule 10. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Madam Chair, I move that we have a meeting scheduled for May 19th at 5 o'clock, committee of the whole. And we discussion on a possible millage for
Can I get a support? Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Perkins, supported by Councilman Land.
No, I know.
We have another discussion, Ms. Seymour.
she voted yes.
We have a motion by Mr. Perkins, supported by Mr. Land, to schedule a meeting for May 19th at 5 o'clock to discuss roads and funding. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, council, let's take a 10-minute break.
Do we want to give you an update on the project, if we could just take 5 minutes?
Okay.
Okay? I mean, it's kind of, there's been some important developments with Evergreen Road.
Okay, so our South Evergreen Road project from 8 to 9 Mile, that has actually started. The contractor is out there doing work. Right now, it's mostly exploratory work right now. The road is not closed yet. That's expected to be closed one day next week. And then that will get that project officially affecting traffic around here and making progress on getting the utilities installed and then widening that road out to the
We
3
highlight
lanes.
the closure. Which lanes are, northbound is?
This entire road is going to be closed, Evergreen from 8 to 9 Mile. So the side streets will not have access to Evergreen, except the one neighborhood on the west side of Evergreen, just north of 8 Mile. They only have access to Evergreen, so they, of course, there will be a road open for them to have access. For the residents and businesses that are on Evergreen Road, there will be one lane of traffic southbound so that people can get to their homes or get to the party store or the auto parts store.
What about the school?
Yeah.
The school, the buses, we've been talking to them, they're gonna come up through the neighborhood and let off on the side street. And we've been coordinating with them, but it's the same thing for the school too, until school is out, if people they can drive down Evergreen Road, drop off at the school where they need to, they would then have to continue south to 8 Mile to get to wherever they're going next. So that's what's getting going. And then we have our North Evergreen project. This is the one that Councilman Perkins alluded to, that there were problems at the MDOT level after this project was let. The low bidder did not submit some paperwork on time, so that bid was rejected. The second low bidder was over $1.3 million higher, which was 22% over the engineer's estimate. So this has really just all come up in the last few business days to see what our options are here. And it's really going to be in the city's best interest to rebid this project. And so that bid letting is May 21st. HRC was working diligently over the weekend. Those documents all had to be resubmitted to MDOT today at noon. And so we did get those in, so we are on that May 21st bid letting. The way that this is going to impact our road progress is the project really isn't going to get underway till probably right after 4th of July. We'll be starting, which means that we are not going to finish this project this year. So we will have all the southbound lanes will be constructed, the curbs will be in, and the curbs for the median, though not landscaping, that will still be waiting for spring like was originally planned. During the winter months when we are shut down for the construction work, the southbound traffic will be on the new pavement on that west side of the road, and the northbound traffic will still have 2 lanes of traffic. That's where we were going to put that inch of asphalt where necessary to make that surface more drivable. So we won't be down to 1 lane in each direction for the whole winter, but we will be on a partially reconstructed road.
Excuse me, I'm informed that they were late submitting something. Is there any appeal process that we can make?
They're not meeting.
Who's not meeting?
The road commission.
Is there, who, Oakland County or is it MDOT?
No, MDOT. That's the problem. They canceled their May meeting.
Okay, so is there any appeal process? Because this is major.
Right.
So, is there an appeal process?
The contractor who lost the low bid has an appeal process, and the board that would have heard that review would meet May 22nd. However, when that was being discussed with MDOT, the folks at the Federal Highway Administration said to MDOT, even if you appeal this is the lack that this was late, that put at risk all of the federal funds. So you have the low bid contractor failed to submit a major piece of information required by the Federal Highway Administration by 9 minutes.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. 9 minutes to
Had
delay
the
a road
appeals
project.
board had a monthly meeting, they meet the 4th Thursday, and for every year until this year, they were meeting once a month. This year, they only meet every other month. The appeal date was May 22nd. But I think what's interesting, though, is MDOT came back and said, listen, quickest way to do this is to rebid it May 21st, and then we don't have to deal with the Federal Highway Administration arguing about this appeal. And who would have been on the hook for the additional 1.2?
It would have been the
It would have been us. I mean, this is absurd, and when folks get to Lansing, this is the types of things that need to be resolved, so.
This did happen with multiple projects for that April 4th bid letting. MDOT had initiated this special provision that allowed the contractors to submit documents instead of having it submitted with their bid, as historically they've always done. They were allowed a grace period until 2 p.m. that day. So there were multiple projects that the contractors were late submitting, and this is been a huge headache for MDOT as well as local agencies, especially for projects like ours that was on a very aggressive schedule to begin with. So, I mean, this has completely messed us up. Even if, that low bidder were to win the appeal, that appeal process wasn't even, when we first thought that they were able to appeal, that still wasn't even going to happen until May 22nd, so our schedule was already being affected. So, the only upside that there is to having this spread out, because the schedule is less aggressive. I mean, we couldn't physically get it all done now this construction season. We're hoping this opens the bids up to some more competition. So our schedule was so aggressive that really only the biggest of the big contractors would have been able to do it. We're hoping this gives us more competition and possibly better prices. So.
Mr. Frazier.
Yeah, I hate to say this, but everybody's already seen the bids. So this is like playing poker and you've seen the opponent's whole card. I guess we might get the job cheaper, but, cheaper than, the second bid is gonna be cheaper than it was before, but, boy, this really sounds silly. We're government and we're here to help.
Nothing we can do.
Right, this was really out of our control. MDOT has told us on this new bid letting, they will not have that special provision in. It will go back to the way it historically had been, where all documents have to be submitted at the time of bid.
Change the provision.
I know it sounds ridiculous, but there has to be something we can do. I can't accept that a 9-minute mistake is gonna cost us a road construction season. There has to be some sort of strongly worded letter approved by this council and mayor that's sent to the appropriate person, and maybe we can get attention. I can't sit here and we just throw our hands up, and I'm not saying that we are, but we can't leave this table without something communicating from this council, strongly worded, that we all sign on to, because maybe, it'll speak more than city staff, fighting on our behalf, which we
But
appreciate.
you gotta go to Carl, you gotta go to Carl and Debbie.
But
Well,
something
Federal,
has to
at the
be
federal
done.
level.
Because what turned my position on this is when the federal highway folks ruled in on it, that the federal funds would be at risk. And when MDOT, but this, through our lobbyists, not only our lobbyists, but the city of Romulus was in a similar position on the Ryder Road project. This one, our lobbyist, Danny Muchmore, Pat Harrington. Also, I know Bobby Shostak made a call. Steidel himself was on some of these calls about this. We played a number of angles to try to get people. We said, look, there's 8 million square feet of office, major employment center. We went over all of this. Let me point out, the city itself, we routinely reject bids that are more than a minute late. And I see that pretty much on every other bid opening. There'll be someone who's 2-3 minutes late and they want to just scream foul, and we say no.
It should be pointed out, too, that our deadline to resubmit was noon today, or we would have went back another letting. Okay, so we've made these changes. We've actually added some things that should be cost beneficial to the city, that we couldn't get in the last bid package. They wouldn't let us put it in. So, but it is in Lansing. It is going to be advertised on Wednesday, and the bids are going to be due 2 weeks from Wednesday. So it is, the motion, based on guidance from administration and everybody, was make this deadline. So we had people in over the weekend doing that to make this deadline, and it was posted. Okay? You're not, as Fred said, you're not alone. There's 13 projects that fell into this category on the April 4th letting, and Tinkin Road, huge project up in Rochester Hills, a $18 million job up in Lapeer County. All of those were all impacted by the same thing. Okay, so it's a huge problem, and you just got into the middle of that by 9 minutes. And their opinion is 1 minute or 9 minutes or 3 days, same effect. And that's what they told us today about submitting. 1 minute in the afternoon, you're on the next levy. But certainly, I would encourage you as a council to write a letter to express your displeasure with it.
I think we should. And we all sign
The
on
board
to
should
it.
be meeting once a month. This is during peak construction season.
I'd be in favor of making that.
And what hasn't been said, we were originally supposed to be on the March.
letting. And they couldn't get us on the March letting, so they pushed us to April with an expedited award. And now you're on the May 22nd.
So we're down in the
I like that, all entailed in the letter too.
Yeah.
Just the rest of our projects that are going to be going this year. The Greenfield Road, that's the Road Commission's project. That is on schedule for a June 6th bid letting, so most likely that construction will start in July. That's a month earlier than they originally had told us, so there's good news somewhere. And we've got our Section 31 water main project. We just had our pre-construction meeting today. They are, we're just waiting for signed contract books. They anticipate to start May 19th on that project. And, this was another call I just got last week from the Road Commission. It's not a total replacement, but there's a Lobster Road Bridge south of 10 Mile over by Southfield High School. It needs some heavy maintenance, and the road commission is going to be doing that this year. They got funding, it has to be spent this year. So while we are going to have Evergreen closed from 8 to 9 Mile, they are going to have that bridge shut down to traffic from 9 to 10. And that's not going to start until August, beginning of August, until October. Or no, I'm sorry, I've got it wrong.
That's not that old a bridge.
Pardon?
That bridge isn't that old.
Oh, I'm not sure.
It's not.
And I don't even know the details of exactly
It's been
what they're
replaced
doing,
in my
so.
lifetime.
Everyone else went out. We're all thinking the same.
No, a lot of these bridges are old. This one has been replaced in my lifetime.
Yeah, maybe it's
And your point is?
I'm sorry, and I misspoke to their schedule because they were going to be open by the end of August before the school's back in session. So it must be starting in July, opening day, end of August. When they called me about it, they were really just calling to ask, what permits from the city were necessary. And the gentleman I was speaking to, he didn't even know that we were going to have Evergreen shut down between 8 and 9. So, but I said, can you guys put it off a year? They said, no, this is funding, this risk funding that came up. They got some allocation from the state, and it has to be spent this year. And Telegraph Road irrigation. Councilman Percotte, you'll be happy to know that that's finally getting started. They're supposed to be starting this week. They could be out there today. And we had a pre-construction meeting for that last week up at MDOT's office and the Roseland County office. And they're going to be starting. One of the good things I was happy to hear is the subcontractor that's going to be doing the irrigation work is a subcontractor that has worked on our irrigation system that we had in there for years. So we're very confident in his ability to get the work done and know what he's doing.
Are they going to replace some landscaping too?
Right, that's the part that we are participating. MDOT's paying 100% of the cost for the irrigation system. Because we were not happy with the quality of what MDOT called topsoil and restoration around the planting beds, they are paying 50-50 with us to take out 4 inches of that topsoil and put down fresh topsoil and grass seed mix. So, and this has all been done under close review by the city with their specifications.
They're on the assessment roll, right? The budding property owners?
Pardon?
You're collecting the assessment?
The SAD?
Yes.
We're going to take 2 items before we break. Okay, thank you, and we will continue with the last portion of the road committee.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'd like to provide you just with a brief overview of some of the ways we are keeping the public informed about the current and upcoming road construction and water main improvement projects throughout the city. One of the chief communication tools that the city has, of course, is the city newsletter, and this was the lead story in the Southfield Living that went out just recently. And in addition to that, we have an active campaign on social media that we're utilizing to keep the public informed, as well as press releases, of course. And we've had a number of positive news articles as well. The most current Southfield Sun everyone should have seen, as well as articles in the Free Press News and several in the Oakland Press as well. We're also utilizing the city's e-news notification system. We actually have 2, the city's e-newsletter that is everyone should receive. It's a graphically appealing e-newsletter that goes out, as well as the Gov delivery system, which that is used for instant alerts and notifications that need to get out right away. In addition to that, we've got the updates as they occur, as I mentioned, and we're doing also communication efforts to reach out to the business community as well to keep them informed as well as the public. We are also developing an app that's currently in development now, and this would be used for a wide range of purposes, but one of which would be to have construction updates as well that we've pushed out through RSS feeds. That's in development currently. Then, of course, we'll continue to communicate the latest developments as they occur, such as the possible delay in the project beginning. I just wanted to show you briefly an overview of the city website. And you'll see here under highlights on the city's homepage, construction project. And you click there and it brings you up, if the website wants to cooperate here, an overview of the current projects as well as the future road projects, and then the city's road jurisdiction map.
You click on the drop-down buttons, you've got the Evergreen Road Project North End, and it gives a complete detailed information about the project, including public meeting notices, more project detail, as well as the overview at the beginning, and then, of course, a helpful video on roundabouts that we've got on here as well, just to kind of help the public a little bit to understand, so we don't have a lot of roundabouts currently in Michigan.
The state of Michigan is
And
installing
this is an MDOT video
roundabouts
that
to
gives
improve safety
an overview of
and
roundabouts, how they work, as well as how to
congestion in
drive
certain
them. So I think that'll be very helpful to the community.
When used
to
properly.
navigate those. And we've also got...
Kill me again?
There you go.
Okay. And then we've, of course, got this in print as well, and detailed instructions there. And then we also have the same for the South End project, an overview as well as detail. We have the road construction detour map, that all this will continue to be updated as changes occur. So we'll keep the public informed of the latest news and information as it comes out. Go through a little bit more of this with you, but, and then, of course, the Greenfield Road project as well. And then we do have Section 31 water main project as well. So we'll continue to utilize all the communication tools that we have available to keep the public informed. And as I mentioned, we'll also keep them informed about the latest delays in the project also.
It's a really nice job.
Mike, I'm thinking we should have an app for Parks and Rec, so that they can call and get golf course.
Absolutely.
Or anything else that if they have a ticket sale or something like that.
Absolutely. In fact, that's one of the things that we look to have developed in the app. Ultimately, we'd like to have it where you can choose golf times, tee times, that kind of thing.
Get the arena.
Absolutely. Yes, and these are all things that we plan to include in there. That's what's currently in development now. It'll be used for a lot more than just the road construction, but that will be a useful tool. Now, of course, this is something that folks would have to download, but we're currently in beta testing for the Apple product. It's a little bit further out as far as for the Droid products, but it is all currently in development now.
Great job. Thank you so much. Okay, council, let's take a 10-minute break, and we will resume at 5:35.